Good afternoon. I'd like to start by welcoming members of the press and the public who are in attendance this afternoon. Just a few housekeeping rules before we begin. If members of the public in attendance need to use the facilities, these are located on the ground floor opposite the Bewitched. You can't hear me? I'm on the mic as well. There you go. I'll try and make sure I don't feel like I'm shouting. If there's a fire alarm, please leave the building by the nearest fire exit and make your way to the assembly point at the multi-storey car park at the front of San Martin House. If the alarm is an intermittent sound, this indicates a lockdown and attendees should stay in their seats and await further instructions. Can I please ask that mobile phones are either turned off or on silent? Also, before we start the meeting, can I please remind everyone that this meeting is held in public and is being broadcast live on the Council's YouTube channel, and that the recording will be made available on the website in due course. Please, therefore, speak clearly into your microphones, and I'll try and make sure I do that as well. I'd like to remind all present that although this meeting is open to the public, this is not a public meeting, and shouting out and other interruptions will not be tolerated. Anyone who persists in doing so will be asked to leave the meeting in line with the Council's standing orders. In the event of a general disturbance, the meeting will be adjourned until order is restored. Just to remind, I will be having a break before the members ask their questions of the officers, which is namely after all the public speakers. Thank you. So can I ask the Democratic Services officers if there are any apologies for absence or lateness?
We have 4 apologies. We have 4 apologies for absence today, Chair, from Councillor Gavin Elsey, Kater Fareed, Peter Hiller and Nicola Jenkins. Councillor Mark Ormston is here as substitute for Councillor Hiller today, and Councillor Shabina Qayyum is here as substitute for Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you. I am aware that over the weekend, members of this committee have been sent emails regarding the constitution of this meeting and the validity of the call-in and the access to legal advice sought. Before we move on, I would like to invite the monitoring officer to address this in detail. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Chair. As the Council's monitoring officer, I would just like to briefly deal with the points that were raised in the email that was sent to committee members over the weekend. There were 2 points raised, one around the validity of the call-in, that's the subject of today's meeting, and 2 questions around access to the legal advice that officers had received. In relation to validity, in my view, the committee report accurately summarises the position. A request to call in the original decision was made under section 2.6.4 of the Council's Constitution, and having carefully considered it, the Executive Director for Place and Economy and I were satisfied that it was valid. We did, given the unusual nature, call-ins are not a frequent occurrence. So given the unusual circumstances, we did seek specialist advice, which was sought in conference to help us make that determination. And as set out in the report, the Constitution does not require officers to assess the merits of the reasons given. That's a matter for today's committee. And neither the reasons given for the call-in request nor the motivations of those who signed inviting the call-in request are material considerations. So that's my view in relation to validity. In relation to access to legal advice, the rights of councillors to access information are governed by a combination of legislation and common law rights. But broadly, I think these can be summarised as follows. Subject to some exemptions, documents in the possession or control of the council are open to inspection by members of the council, but that does not apply to exempt information, either under statute or common law, and legal advice covered by legal professional privilege is one type of exempt information. The same applies in relation to requests made under the Freedom of Information Act, and as I say, the common law also has a principle where access is on a need-to-know basis. In the present case, under either the statutory provisions or common law, My colleague, the head of legal services, and I have been working together on this. We are not satisfied there's a compelling need to disclose the legally privileged material, and that is the reason why we have not done so. So unless I can assist further, Chair, that's all I really propose to say.
Thank you, Neil. Can I now ask if any members wish to declare any disposable interests or non-statutory disposable interests? Councillor Ayres.
A declaration of interest. I think if I can just refer to what has just been discussed, because I actually received quite a lot of emails, and not only that, I received an envelope at my home address this weekend with something in it. I haven't read any of them, and I wanted to make sure that everybody realised that I hadn't read any of them. if that can be recorded, please.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bond.
Hang on, won't go on, got it, sorry. I would just like to declare a personal connection as one of the persons who will be answering questions is a personal friend. I have not discussed this application with that person or with anyone else of my family. I therefore come to this meeting with an open mind.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Does any member wish to make representations as a ward councillor on the item listed?
Committee members.
Committee? No? That's fine. Okay. So today we are here to discuss the application review for 23-00412/out East of England Showground, Oundle Road, Alwarton, Peterborough, PE2 6SXE. The report can be found on pages 3 to 58 of the agenda and the supplementary agenda pack. I would like to propose that the public speaking time for each application be extended to 15 minutes for ward and parish councillors, 15 minutes for objectors and 15 minutes for the applicant agent of any supporters. This is in line with the extensions of time granted for this application at the meeting of the Planning and Environmental Protection Committee on the 15th of October 2024. Can I please seek the committee's approval to do this? Thank you, members. I would now like to ask Phil Moore to introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair. So this application for 650 dwellings was heard by the Planning and Environmental Protection Committee on the 15th of October 2024, together with the related application for 850 dwellings, hotel, cultural leisure facilities, school and care home. That committee resolved to approve the 850, which I'll refer to from now on as Land B, and to refuse the current application, which again I'll refer to as Land A. The application was subsequently called in, as has been mentioned, in accordance with the Constitution. So just to clarify, the role of today's committee is to look at the application afresh in its entirety, unfettered by the previous resolution, and to make a decision as they see fit. So today's presentation is quite a lengthy one. It covers the current application, Land A, but it's also shown in relation to the already approved Land B. And the reason for that is they're essentially two parts of the overall scheme for the redevelopment of the showground. They're not entirely separate and discrete. So before we move on, just a quick update to members. Since the original report was published and since the update report was published last week, we have received two additional representations, one from a local resident and one from local campaign group Spur. Essentially, all the issues that have been raised are covered in the reports, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that members might have about the points that were raised in those objections. Also, just to mention, it's been noted that there's a minor typo in the report. This relates to the access and movement parameters plan. It should be revision E and not revision D. That's a minor typo, but it needs to be mentioned. So, onto the plans. This plan shows the whole showground site outlined in blue in its wider context. As you can see, it's on the western edge of Peterborough, surrounded by development on 3 sides, and with the A1 over to the west. This plan shows the application site outlined in red. So if you can see my cursor, that's today's application is that site there. The other application, Land B, already approved, is outlined in blue. Both of these applications are in outline form with all matters reserved except for access. They're also classed as EIA development, environmental impact assessment development, and have been accompanied by an environmental statement which has been fully assessed. So just on to some photographs within and adjacent to the site. As you'll see from these photographs, it's a fairly flattish open site crisscrossed by concrete tracks with a number of small ancillary buildings. The arena is to the south of the site, the grandstand within it, and also you'll see the site of the former Speedway track. So this photograph is looking along East of England Way to the west, and in the far left-hand bottom corner you'll see a satellite image with an arrow showing where that photograph was taken. This is looking in the opposite direction across Land A, i.e. the current application, looking east. This is looking northwards, roughly at the point of access to the site. The land in the foreground there is part of Land A. This is a Google Street View image showing the point of access, the main access to the site off Joseph Odom Way. So this is looking south, so the main access would be the other side of the roundabout there. Now this is quite close to that, but within the site itself, roughly showing where the main access would be going southwards. You can see the grandstand there, as well as the arena in the background. This is panning round slightly towards the south-east from the same position. The land in the foreground is all Land A, the current application. This is taken from Orton Northgate, from outside of the site, looking towards it, beyond that palisade fence. A bit further into Orton Northgate, again, with the site behind the palisade fence. You can just about see the arena there in the background. And then a bit further round with the arena in the background. So roughly the land between the arena and the palisade fence there is Land A, which is the current application. Another one is slightly further along, and this one you can see the grandstand with the site of the Speedway track in front of it, and all this land in between is all Land A. And then that's panning round towards the southwest. These are taken from Dunblane Drive, which is would be the secondary access to the site for buses, emergency vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists only. And this one as well is the secondary access off Dunblane Drive. And this is a shot right from the far southern point of the showground site, with looking north with the arena, as you can see there, various buildings here. So Land A is the other side of that. Moving on to the former Speedway track. This was taken a couple of days ago. As you can see, the grandstand to the right. The site of the track in the foreground. The track has been completely removed. All that's left now is bare earth. Also, all of the ancillary elements of the track have gone as well. Fencing, lighting, the pit area, and ancillary structures associated with it. There's a couple more pictures showing the Speedway track site. So I've included some satellite images here just to show the development of the areas around the showground and the showground itself over the past 25 years or so. So this is 1997. Now, at that point, not many of the fields around the outside had been developed. Orton Southgate is progressing. Moving on to 2005, you'll see there's some development of Orton Northgate at the top end of the site. Orton Southgate here has been completed. 2014, almost the whole of the areas to the north and the east have been developed at that point. Also, the arena has been built with associated large area of hard standing and parking. Moving on to 2020 and 2023. At this point, the arena and the area immediately around it are being used for car storage and maintenance. This is a 3D image. I think what this one illustrates is the previously developed nature of the site. As you can see here, whilst there's a number of temporary buildings and structures, you can see it's crisscrossed by these concrete paths. Quite a lot of buildings here up to the north, so by no means is it a completely open green area. So although this proposal is in outline form with all matters reserved except for access, the applicants have submitted with the application various illustrative plans and parameter plans, and the assessment has been based on these plans. And just for the avoidance of doubt, if permission was to be granted, there would be a condition requiring any detailed reserved matters applications to be in broad accordance with the illustrative plans and the parameter plans. So firstly, the illustrative master plan. This shows the whole of the showground site. So Land A is the northeastern portion of the site where my cursor is moving at the moment. Also includes this little parcel here and some sports ground areas here. So brief description. There would be a central avenue which would start at the main access here at Joseph Odom Way, go through the site and turning round to the east, and then there would be the secondary access here, which, as I said earlier, is for buses, emergency vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists only. There'd also be a north-easterly avenue here with a cycleway which would join onto the National Cycleway Network, which would go on towards Ferry Meadows and city centre. You've got a village green here, which will be the focal point of the whole development, which is in Land A. You've also got parkland along the northern and eastern boundaries. Moving on to the parameter plans. This is the land use parameter plan for Land A. The yellowy colour represents residential, the green represents open space and landscaping, and the brighter green represents sports grounds, sports pitches. And then I've also included Land B here just so you can see the whole thing in context. On Land B, you've also got the primary school here, represented by the pink colour, leisure facilities in blue, care home in purple. Moving on to the access and movement parameters plan. This shows the Central Avenue being the main vehicular and bus route. You've also got a key cycle route up here to the northeast, and various other cycle routes around and through the site. And Land B there, just to show you the site in its entirety. Blue and green infrastructure parameter plan. The green obviously meaning open space and landscaping. Central green area just here, including play areas. And there's Land B. Density parameters plan. So the darker colours represent higher density. High density is concentrated in the centre of the site, gradually getting less and less towards the periphery, slightly higher along the main avenue. And then that's mirrored on the other side as well on Land B. Building heights parameters plan. Darker colours meaning higher buildings. Similar to the density plan, getting less and less towards the periphery. And mirrored again on Land B. So these are some computer-generated images based on the illustrative master plan, showing how the development might look. This is looking westwards. Where my cursor is circulating there, that's Land A, the current application. Bits at the back there, already approved Land B. That's looking northwest with Land A just there. That's looking east, and that's Land A in the top left-hand corner. Then finally, this is looking south, showing the position of the main access with the tree-lined avenue down the centre there, going past the village green, out east towards Dunblane Drive. And I think this illustrates quite well the nature of the two parts of this development, Land A and Land B, how they fit together with the village green in the centre. So moving on to the planning policy context, this is taken from the local plan policy map. The pink boundary there shows the extent of the allocation of the showground for redevelopment. Policy LP36, I won't read all of this out, but it supplements the allocation policy, and it requires a master plan. It gives an indicative figure of 650 dwellings, although, as you'll note from the report, that's not a cap on the number. It's also supportive of development related to the showground, conference facilities, and employment development. On the other hand, it doesn't support the loss of any existing sports or leisure facilities unless they're compliant with LP30. So moving on to LP30, this is all to do with culture, leisure, tourism and community facilities. So the loss of these kind of facilities will only be supported if they comply with these various criteria. In short, they've got to be not fit for purpose or not viable, or there should be alternative provision or a new or replacement facility. LP5, I'm not going to read all of this, obviously, but this is the policy that sets out the principles for urban extensions in Peterborough. This is not an exhaustive list, but it includes, among other things, there should be a good mix of housing, which includes market, affordable housing and self-build. There should be employment development, retail, leisure, cultural, social, health and community development, schools, open space, sustainable travel, good access and mitigation of highways impact. That's not an exhaustive list, but that kind of illustrates the key points of that policy. Moving on to the key issues that the committee needs to consider. Principle of development, design, highways and environmental impacts. In terms of the principle of development, there is a conflict with the local plan, and this has been set out very clearly in the report. In particular, the conflict relates to policies LP30 and LP36. And the reason for that is because this proposal would result in the loss of the showground and the speedway track. However, in accordance with planning law, planning decisions should be made in accordance with the local plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So it's important to carry out a planning balance to see whether there are any considerations that might outweigh that conflict. There is also a conflict with MPPF paragraph 104 relating to the loss of the showground and speedway. However, there are a significant number of material considerations which officers are of the view that outweigh the conflict with policy. They're all set out in the report, so I won't go through them one by one, but one of the key ones is the fact that if you look at this as a redevelopment as a whole, the current application before you today is a key component in that overall scheme rather than an entirely separate development. There are also a significant number of public benefits, economic, social, new housing, affordable housing, etc. So on balance, all of the above are considered to outweigh the conflict with the local plan which has been identified. In terms of design, very quickly, it's considered to be good quality design insofar as it can be set at outline stage. And again, key part of the overall scheme. Generally in keeping with the surrounding context and surrounding landscape, obviously it will have an impact, as every development will, but it's well within the parameters of acceptability. There will be conditions, as mentioned previously, to ensure that reserve matters applications are in line with the indicative plans and parameter plans. Phasing conditions will also be attached, as well as a Section 106, to ensure that the community facilities are delivered in a timely manner. And it's proposed that there'll be a single Section 106 to cover both the current application and the already approved application on Land B, to tie the two together to make sure everything is delivered in a timely manner. Turning to highways, no fundamental objection from the Highways Authority. Links well into the surrounding movement network. There's lots of bus and cycling infrastructure proposed, and officers are satisfied that mitigation can be achieved, and that mitigation will primarily be upgrades to the Lynchwood roundabout, but there are some other off-site improvements as well. Environmental impacts. Well, the environmental statement has demonstrated that all impacts are acceptable or can be mitigated. The environmental statement's been looked at in great detail by consultees and external experts. There's been concerns about the pressure on the schools, the NHS, etc. All of this can be mitigated through a Section 106 agreement, through financial contributions to the NHS, to education, a new school on Land B as well. So just before I go on to the recommendation, just want to mention some things which are not material in decision making. One of those, as has already been mentioned, is the legitimacy or otherwise of the call-in process. Another key one is the strength of opinion, strength of feeling, either for or against the development. Also, the character or motivation of the applicant, that can't be taken into account, nor can the merits or otherwise of alternative schemes. So finally, Chair, just onto the recommendation now. So it's to approve subject to the conditions as set out in the report and the update report, completion of a Section 106 legal agreement, and the resolution of outstanding technical highways issues to the satisfaction of the local highways authority. And also the final wording of conditions in 106 to be delegated to officers, subject to the broad accordance with the schedule of conditions and section 106 heads of terms in the report. And then the final part of the recommendation is if section 106 has not been completed or the outstanding highways issues have not been fully resolved within 6 months from the date of this committee, the recommendation in that scenario would be to refuse. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Phil. We now have 7 people that are registered to speak on this item. Can I please ask Councillors Day, Stevenson as ward councillors to address the committee? You will have 15 minutes between you in which to address, and Democratic Services Officer will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and then when the time has elapsed. When you're ready, please make sure you put on your mic so that we can all hear you, and then you can start speaking. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I've been a councillor for Orton Waterville Ward for just under 10 years, having joined the Parish Council in 2015 and the City Council in 2018. I've been elected and re-elected to both. Over this period, I've lived in Orton Northgate on redeveloped land that was once showground, so to an extent, I feel I can see into the future. I've lived here while the Northgate estate has been a building site. I've lived here when the showground was extremely active with many events every year, including fireworks, a speedway and everything in between. I've lived here through the difficult years of the pandemic, and I've lived here since the showground has ceased operation as a showground. Throughout this time, I've maintained deep links with the people who call Orton Northgate and Southgate their home. The true investors, if you like, who have invested financially and emotionally to make Orton Northgate and Southgate a success. These residents, these homeowners and tenants, these mums and dads and children, employers and employees are not NIMBYs. For a new estate, we've been through a lot and we've seen many changes. We've lived through the expansion of Northgate. We've coexisted very happily with a busy showground. We even hosted the city street homeless people in our local hotel during the pandemic. We know what works and what doesn't, not from maps and plans and surveys and measurements, from real lived experience. For us, change is not the problem. For us, the problem is this planning application that we, that's myself, Councillor Day, and the residents of Orton Northgate, Orton Southgate, and other areas of Orton believe to be overdevelopment. The 850 homes plus leisure are cause for concern enough, but that application has been approved and is not what we're discussing today. However, the additional 650 homes that are at issue today, we believe are overdevelopment. We, the people who live here, who pay council tax here, who are heavily invested here, who are raising families here, who are helping to grow the local economy here, have very serious concerns about the safety of local roads and the ability of transport infrastructure to cope with the demands of an additional 1,500 homes would place upon it. You can already rely on there to be queues along Oundle Road at peak times. Put simply and respectfully, the people who already live here know better than you do, better than the applicants, and better than the council officers do. And they are of the firm belief that the original decision to refuse should be upheld. Yes, people need places to live, but 1,500 homes in this one location puts way too much pressure on local resources and infrastructure. You have received strong testimony from Councillor Harper, Chair of the Planning and Environmental Protection Committee. Council officers have denied him any possibility of addressing you directly today, so I implore you to reflect on the content of his email to you. which highlights the reasons why he is certain, beyond doubt, that the decision to refuse should be upheld. When making your decision later this afternoon, I ask you as a fellow elected representative to please keep at the forefront of your mind your dual responsibility to the city as a whole and to the people who have built the communities that make our city a wonderful place to live. What we all have in common is a desire to build the very best communities that we can. And we can only have a hope of doing that when we listen to the experts. Those experts include the people who live here. I understand that the council officers have recommended this application for approval, and this meeting must be a rerun of the meeting that was held in October when this application was rejected by another committee. While I have every respect for the professional opinion of our officers, this application was brought to committee in the first place because it needed the input of elected representatives who truly understand what makes a community like this succeed and thrive in Peterborough. What is the point of having councillors if our representation is not taken into account? The officers' recommendations should be considered guidance only. As for this appeal, I am one of the many who is pretty horrified that this has been permitted to go ahead. I was in the meeting in October, and it was clear to me that the committee members had every opportunity to gather the information they needed to come to a recommendation on which they could vote with confidence. I do not understand why the councillors paid £5,000 plus VAT for legal counsel, which was the basis for this appeal to go ahead, yet we councillors have not been permitted to see that legal counsel. How do you think that looks? It hurts my heart when residents say to me that our council is corrupt. Like many of you, I've given up years of my life to contribute here, and I'm hurt and embarrassed
Councillor
for
Stevenson,
many. Yes.
Can I please interject then? So you're actually straying away now from the actual.
Okay, I
point
will
of the
continue
areas.
on. Thank you for your interjection.
Is it in relation to the application?
So I ask, of course, so I ask you that the only thing that I believe you can do today is to uphold the sound decision that our colleagues made in October and reject this application on the grounds of overdevelopment. Just because the East of England Agricultural Society, by its own admission, failed to make a success of the showground in a pre-pandemic world doesn't mean another operator won't make a success of what remains of it in the future. Save our speedway, save our green space, save our showground, save our community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Thank you, Councillor Day.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here representing residents of Alton Waterville Ward, their feedback and views. Unfortunately, this 47-page report presented to you is misleading, inconsistent and ignores issues. Residents I represent feel the fact we are sitting here is nonsensical. The only reasons given for this call-in relate to lack of planning reasons, outdated policies, inaccurate figures and no consideration of benefits. There were valid planning reasons given to refuse this planning application, LP 30, 36 and 5 and NPPF 4. There was plenty of opportunity to consider the benefits as the applicant presented their case in planning meetings lasting over 5.5 hours. At the time of the planning meeting, the council could not produce evidence to suggest we had a 5-year housing land supply. However, as of the 9th of December, we know that the council has a 6.6-year housing land supply. This has been the case since 2016, which means local plan policies are not out of date and the figures are in fact valid. The call-in states members did not understand what they were voting on, and yet councillors had plenty of opportunity to ask both applicant and objectors questions. The Environmental Protection and Planning Committee made the right decision, and the basis to call this in is questionable. If you are in any doubt, I urge you to adjourn this meeting and request the relevant legal advice. The applicant still has a statutory right to appeal to an independent planning inspector appointed by the Secretary of State. We already know this current information is going to disband this committee because it doesn't think it's fit for purpose. This proposal does not conform to a number of local plan policies.
Councillor
This application...
Can I please ask you to stick to the actual application in
Yep.
detail rather than statements that you're making?
Okay, this
Thank you.
application is a departure from local plan policies 30, 36, 35, 7, 5, 14, 16, 21 and 29. LP 36 cover the site's requirements and there should be a comprehensive master plan. We don't have that. We only have an illustrative master plan, and this is what the policy asks for. Not only are the showground or facilities directly related to the showground not included in this application, there are also no community, retail or social facilities. For example, creche, secondary school, GP, surgery, dentist, shops, cafe or fire or ambulance stations. The proposed amount of total development represents overdevelopment, 1,500 houses, conflicting with policies 30, 36, 35.7. Why are we using council resources to produce a local plan yet recommend approval against council policy? The local plan team objected to the whole proposal as it did not comply with the local plan. This application includes access to be dealt with now, not at the reserve matters stage. This must be decided at this point. This is what the applicant has applied for. If this application is approved, then there will just be a single-use access point at Joes Foden Way for all regular vehicles, those visiting leisure, hotel, conference inn and 1,500 homes. Single access for housing above 500 is highly dangerous. As the Highways team still has concerns about outstanding issues, an unusual condition was added to the approved 850 plus leisure when all access issues should have been resolved at the planning meeting. The applicant has 6 months to get these in place. A development of this scale and size needs 2 access roads for traffic flow, especially if there is an accident in this area. We and particularly residents all know how busy Oundle Road gets as a main access route in and out of town. Now imagine that with car movements with such an increase of leisure residential traffic uses. A report to the Adults and Health Scrutiny Committee from Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Integrated Care System states that between 2011 census to 2021, Cambridge City and Peterborough grew by 17%, way above national and regional growth. Demographic and non-demographic growth projections indicate a deficit of 379 hospital beds by 2030 and 650 to 900 beds by 2040. It is important to recognise that these pressures will be felt across the health and social care spectrum, not just for acute beds. This application, which is a departure from the local plan, will only exacerbate these issues. There are huge pressures on school places in our city due to house building. The Children's Services and Education Scrutiny Committee on Place Planning stated that we are experiencing increasing pressures, especially in areas of house building and housing development. Offering a child a school place which is further away from their home can lead to an increase in the number of children missing from education. The PCC spends £1.7 million on transporting children to mainstream schools outside of their local areas. Orton is an area with mainly 1- and 2-storey homes. However, this application's building height perimeter plan, as you've seen, suggests there will only be 2-storey housing on the edges and outskirts of the site, building mostly 3 to 4 and 5 storeys with a 6-storey hotel as the site moves towards the centre. This is completely out of keeping with the character and design of the Orton area. The landscape visual impact assessment stated that the proposal forms a dominant and uncharacteristic new component in the view with a substantial loss and alteration to key elements having a marked and defining effect on the amenity of the visual receptor. PCC Archaeology have said that a programme of evaluation by trial trenching needs to be carried out at a predetermination stage. This has not happened, but has for previous showground sites. The report states that results of trial trenching can be used to inform the final design of the proposed development. This is a poor way to approach trial trenching and risk causing great harm. PCC Public Health have submitted a holding objection to this application for numerous reasons. The HIA impact assessment is not fit for purpose. The authority should ask the applicant for all the assessment criteria to evidence consideration of health impacts for different population groups and outline the specific mitigations, enhanced measures for those specific groups having regard to those specific groups. LP7 requires that the applicant submits a fit-for-purpose health impact assessment as part of the application and demonstrates how the conclusions of the HIA have been taken into account in the design of the scheme. That hasn't happened. These issues have been dismissed by the report, which goes against colleagues' professional judgment. The Wildlife Trust does not agree with the applicant's comments on recreational impacts on nature sites. The provision of only 18 hectares of green space is significantly below what should be provided for a development of this size. Natural England has identified the provisions of 8 hectares per 1,000 population of suitable alternative natural green space. 28 hectares should be provided. There is therefore a high probability that the green infrastructure will be insufficient to meet everyday needs of the new residents of this development. This matter must be addressed before the principle of development is accepted. That's what the Wildlife Trust have said. The Wildlife Trust is therefore not willing to remove their objection. The case report attempts to dismiss these professional judgments made by a statutory consultee. PCC Open Space stated, "It is disappointing to note that the applicant has chosen not to take forward many of the recommendations made within our pre-application discussions. Allotment locations appear to have either been pushed to the extremities of the site, giving little natural surveillance. In terms of LP7, 14, 16, 21 and 29, the application lacks clarity on quantities of open space. The accessibility plans for play areas, neighbourhood park and allotments have not been submitted. The applicant needs to complete an open space proposals form. Current proposals are unacceptable in both quality and design terms. The play areas, some standalone, are discouraged by the council and the main park needs to be enlarged. Yet again, the report dismisses the professional judgment of council officer colleagues. This application presents harms that will significantly outweigh the benefits. For all the reasons, and members, I ask what residents in your wards would feel with a large development of this scale that lacks any supporting facilities, causes pressure on vital services, has limited access and is entirely out of keeping with the character of the area. This is the wrong scheme for this site. I urge you to either adjourn the meeting or refuse this application. The applicant does have the right to appeal to the Planning Inspectorate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Can I now ask any members of the committee, do they want to ask any questions? Thank you.
Is this to the councillors that have spoken, or can we ask officers as well? And the councillors as well. I wanted to ask Councillor Stevenson, who's referred to this as green space. Am I able to substantiate that this is in fact brown land that's being developed on and not green space? Can we just rectify that or substantiate that fact, please? Then I can ask, where have you gained that information that this is green space as opposed to brown land, which is the information that's been provided to committee members? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Kime. I speak on behalf of my residents and they refer to the green space that they see when they look out of their windows. So I didn't speak about brown space in terms of planning. I speak to represent my residents. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make a note of that.
Councillor Howard.
Try again. There we go. Thank you. Through you, Chair. Obviously, as councillors, we use the expression save a lot. And when it comes to key theatre, libraries, swimming pools, things that are in the council's gift, we have quite right to use that language because normally we are in control of the outcome to a certain extent, notwithstanding financial pressures of the council. But obviously, when we use expressions save with private entities, I wonder if the language should more be support, and I just wonder of your views on that so we're not raising false expectations, because the Speedway is a private operation, it's not managed by the council. The land is a private operation and isn't managed by the council. So I admire your passion and I can see what you're trying to do in supporting, but I think the save isn't absolute in that we could get past today without any definite outcome of saving anything. And what would happen then with your views as councillors if we, in your words, attempt to save, but that doesn't pan out because it's just not workable, where would you see the land going next? Because obviously we've already got Land B approved. So what would you see as acceptable for Land A, assuming that those conversations with private entities couldn't work out, say, for example?
Thank you, Councillor Howard, for your question. As I understand it, I do not and should not answer your second question because we're discussing the application that's in front of us and not what might happen in the future, because I would suggest all sorts of things. Regarding the language, I feel save is appropriate because Speedway means an awful lot to fans of Speedway. And before the idea of it being lost was first mooted, didn't mean an awful lot to many people in the city, didn't know about it. And for me, I didn't know about Speedway either, but I've soon, after spending time with them and going and viewing the sport, realised this is about our cultural heritage. as a city, and this is what we need to save, because if we let Speedway go because it doesn't fit the language of save something that might be a privately owned club or what goes on privately on a showground, we lose so much of our cultural heritage in Peterborough. Our residents don't care about that sort of argument, with respect. They think of the showground as theirs, and this came up at the last planning committee as well, when I talk about our showground, because the people who live here, who choose to live here, who pay council tax here, who vote for us as elected representatives, they consider it to be theirs, and it's why they choose to be here and invest in our city. So I think it is appropriate that we talk about saving these important cultural assets which are ours. Thank you.
Councillor Walsh.
Okay, I'm on. Yes, I can sympathise with the passion in both of you and how you feel as ward councillors. My question, however, it revolves really around, well, first of all, you say lose Speedway. I believe Speedway isn't operational at the moment. So really, are we saving something that used to exist? Is that the idea when you use the word save? So that's one question. And as you say, we can't talk about what might be, because this is not the idea of what we're here for today. But I do believe it isn't here now, if we could agree on that. The other thing is, you talk about overdevelopment. Sorry, do you want to answer that one first?
Just because I have multiple sclerosis, and for my benefit of concentration, if I can take one at a time,
sure,
really helps me, Councillor
Yep.
Walsh. Thank you, Chair. No, it's not correct. The Speedway team assure us that they can put the track back in place at very short notice. So although you've seen those photographs, to the untrained eye, it looks like it's been demolished, doesn't it? But the grandstand is still there, and the owners of the team assure me that it can very quickly be put back in place. Thank you.
Okay, well, supplementary to that, have they, in addition to verbal assurance, have they supplied a viable business plan as to how that would happen and how the operation would be in profit having done so?
They will be speaking a little bit later. May I ask that the answer is deferred to them when you have questions with them?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, is that fine?
I think Councillor Day wants to...
I was just going to come in. So, you know, I've held public meetings and created a resident steering group, as you all know, with the document. So we've done a lot of work around, and just to kind of address some of the questions in terms of the showground and the Speedway, what residents really strongly feel from Wistow, from Southgate and Northgate, some from Goldhay, Brimballs, I've done a lot of door knocking, spoken to a lot of residents. They really feel that the showground and the Speedway were of national and regional significance. And remember, the Speedway track, you know, it can be used for so many other things. You know, there's only a short space of time that it's used for the Speedway. So we talk about viability, all of those arguments. The Speedway is not the only thing that can go on at that track. But what my residents feel definitely is that the facilities that are being provided, they're being lauded as revolutionary and visionary. They do not feel that these facilities are replacing what's already has been in place as fully operational functioning facilities. They are not of the same kind of significance. That is a strong feeling from my residents in terms of the cultural heritage and leisure.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Day, for that additional information. But I take it that at this moment there is nothing operational and there is no business plan on the table that could definitively prove that something could be operational. There are ideas, granted, and there are wishes that that could happen, and let's not discount that. But they are opinions, they're not facts. The fact is, at this moment, I assume there is no viable business plan on
We
the
wouldn't have
table.
that as councillors.
But we are
It's
going
for-
to be told that later on. Okay, so I'll put the question again. Thank you. I just thought you'd know that. The other question is about overdevelopment. So you say that the number of housing would be overdevelopment on that plot, do you, therefore, are you open to fewer houses, or is it an outright rejection based on the fact that the plan does not contain speedway facilities?
We can only speak to the plans put before us, I'm afraid. We can't have conjecture on that, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Ormston. Middle button. Can I also please ask that we speak as closely as we can to our mics into them, because apparently some people are struggling to hear at the back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, Councillor Walsh just asked the question I was going to ask, but I was wondering if you can bring out, so I've been stuck down Oundle Road on quite a few occasions. Maybe you can just bring out that you both brought out so passionately in your speeches, and any mitigations that you might have in your minds should the application go with officer recommendation.
So the single point access, the single use access, which will be for all of the regular residents' cars from Joe Way, has caused real concern amongst residents. There have been examples where there's only one single access point in and out of a development of this kind of scale that has caused a number of issues. If there's an accident around that area, I mean, we already know when there's roadworks at particular points, certainly even when it's in the Orton area, it really backs up traffic onto Oundle Road, and we know how that can be. If you're driving around there along that road, sort of certainly through town and coming back out Orton at about 5 o'clock, it's really, really heavy. I mean, highway, I mean, the ideal answer would be to have a second access and entry point, but we're aware that there needs to be considerable and very expensive work done around the junction, but none of these are being proposed, so it's not been on the table. At the moment, we're considering the access at face value, and still we know that the applicant has got 6 months or until April to prove that they can mitigate some of those issues. But there certainly needs to be work done on if to approve it. As I've said, another planning officer from another county has said to me that without for houses of over 500, to only have one access point is highly dangerous. So, and you know, I know the report has tried to skirt over it and say, oh, well, this will be okay, and apparently Transport are happy. But before, we didn't actually expect this to go to the October meeting because we thought there were so many issues with highways that it wouldn't go. But somehow it did with this idea. But it's what has been applied for, I'll repeat, is not to be applied for at the reserve matter stage. Access should have been sorted already by now. I was quite astounded at that meeting that this was able to be a condition. What's going on if we haven't seen things like that normally? Why is this unusual? It's very, very unusual. But obviously I can't say to you this is what needs to happen because we need to be presented with those options. Thank you.
Could I add as well, I think there's a kind of a romantic fantasy, and it's one I like, and I know it's one that Councillor Day likes, about everybody riding bicycles. Come and have a look at my street. I live in East of England Way. I'm in Norton Northgate. Everybody drives. Most households have 3 cars. I don't drive, so we only have one, thank goodness, or I don't know what we would do. But the sort of people that live, is young families mostly in Northgate, they have it's multiple car households. So you have to remember, okay, there is this second access for buses. People don't use buses that live around my way. They drive everywhere. They expect to drive everywhere. They're not interested in getting on bikes. I mean, we'll do what we can to encourage them. But we have to deal with reality. And with your site visit, I don't know if you walked around the already built parts of Northgate. Come to East of England Way, where I am constantly begging the council to send enforcement officers to come and deal with the fact that bin lorries can't get in most weeks. It's really frustrating. So that is the reality, and that's what scares us about, and our residents, about this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kayam.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm a little bit perplexed, and I'll tell you why. Now, we have had a history of some really successful events that have taken place at the showground, and indeed I've taken my children to them, especially when the fireworks display has taken place. And you have seen the volume of traffic that flows along those roads whenever those events have taken place. I've never seen you complain about the volume of traffic and the queues that are in place at that time. So it sort of conflicts a little bit with what the concerns that you raise now. So I'd like to ask you, if this were to be objected today on the grounds of the fact that there are no mitigations in place because of traffic, and for some reason we revert to this becoming an events area, would that volume of traffic again not bother you completely? Because you'd then have the consideration of access to emergency services. You would then have the consideration of how these events and sort of the environmental impact that takes place with such a volume of traffic, which has historically taken place in the past. So I'd like to ask how you would negotiate those variables. That's my first question. I'll carry on with more once you've answered that. Thank you.
The fireworks is one day a year, and we all work around it.
Sorry, I was asking about all the events that have taken place that have been hugely popular.
So the fire events like Truckfest are one day a year. They have been hugely popular. We do get complaints from residents. They do back up the traffic. The last Truckfest I was trying to drive around the ward. It was terrible. So there are issues with the traffic for these events. And also remember that these events often have the two entrances and exits, which is what we're talking about. I mean, when Lynchwood, which isn't so well used now, but when Lynchwood was a fully functioning business park, residents in Northgate and Southgate can tell the difference between not having that business park there. So you've got to remember these events were one-off events that they were tried to be really well managed, but we have had to field complaints from residents from those areas because, particularly the last Truckfest, the trouble was with the mud the lorries were sinking into the mud and they were blocking up and backing up. And there was, I mean, I've lived in Ballantor Rise, I've lived in Southgate, and there were real issues with traffic around the showground. But I think, as Councillor Stevens has said, residents lived with it. They knew that it was something, when they bought the houses, it was there. What we're saying is 1,500 homes with leisure. There's going to be a multi-storey car park, so expecting lots of cars to go and use these leisure facilities. With 1,500 homes, how many cars will there be with all these other facilities on the site, including a conferencing and hotel and a care? Something we haven't mentioned, there's going to be a care home. So while we're saying there's 850 plus leisure, there may be 250, 300 dwellings for care homes. So that's what we're saying, is to have that all of the time rather than at these event points where they try and manage the traffic. And even then, we get problems. We have had, as councillors, problems with those traffic issues.
Well, I'd like to come back on that. I beg to differ about the care home. We have a disability champion sat right next to you here who has been flying the flag for people who are frail and vulnerable in our city. And I'm going to then revert, granted that I completely agree with the fact that residents would have had issues around parking in the area. But then again, what do you propose, reverting back to what Councillor Howard has said, what would you propose happen to the site if events have caused traffic issues, if we have a development that is going to cause traffic issues? And that's why it's important to learn, to hear your views and understand what is it that you would like as an alternative on that site that meets with your the satisfaction of your residents and for yourselves. Do you have any plans?
Just need to be careful on alternatives.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we've already explained to you, we are not allowed to talk about, we can only talk about what's in front of us. We can't future gaze.
Yeah,
as much as we might like to as well.
Yeah, I'd really love to say to you, I mean, residents have got lots of ideas, but apparently we've been told that, you know, we're not here to kind of make predictions about what may or may not be there. What I can say to you, Councillor Kayam, in terms of public health, is if you go on the planning portal and read the public health impact assessment in full, and I've mentioned some of it, is one of the issues is that the care home, it hasn't been assessed properly in terms of its relation to local services. So, you know, I was going to put in our spur document links to some of those planning portal objections that I've really poured through in detail, and these things haven't been pulled out of the report. So I can only comment on what's in front and what's on the planning portal and what I've read. We're not supposed to, in planning terms, comment on what should or could be. I mean, I can, you know, tell you already what residents already feel. And in our spur document, we did talk about some of the future developments, but it's not up to me in this case. It's to look at this 650. Will we see it as a, you know, will you reject it? Will you approve it? We can't talk around what there may be.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Well, I would like to come back to you on the health impact assessment report. And the reason why it can't be preempted is it's unpredictable when we're having a look at care provision from an adult social care perspective, where outliers within the hospital that are bed blocking are in need of a provision to be
Councillor-
discharged to. And that would,
Councillor Ken,
obviously
can we
that would
keep
be...
more to just specific questions?
Because
Sure.
this is the other
know-
application, the care home. That's on the 850 that's already approved. We're supposed to be talking about the 650 application.
The reason why I brought it up is because Councillor Day had referred to it in her speech. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to rectify what the concerns were around the health impact assessment, but you've already answered that question. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to move on now to Councillor Jamil.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, Councillor Day, you talked about schools, you talked about education, talked about the £1.7 million that we spend busing children around. But as part of the 106 agreement, say we agree today to this, now there'll be contributions, £1.1 million towards early years, £6.7 million towards a new primary school, £13 million towards a secondary school. And you seem to dismiss these as if they're nothing. Do you not think they're significant?
I think they're really significant, but we all know that Section 106 agreements are come under part of a negotiation process. Now, we hope they're fulfilled, but we know, for example, with sites like the hospital development, there was supposed to be affordable housing on there, and in the end, the Section 106 was negotiated down so that there wasn't any. So, yes, I think they're significant. There will be an issue with expanding the secondary school in the area. I already know that. I do welcome the fact that, because obviously any development of over 5... Now, this development is for 650 homes. Remember, the other development will have the school on it. Any development over 500 should have a school places. Our current primary schools are at full capacity and overstretched. Our current GP, this is a real problem for residents. Our current GPs surgeries are at full capacity. So, and we know the issue is certainly for the GPs, is with actually getting doctors. And we know this is a national issue. My concern will be that we won't be able to offer those places, and we will spend money on transporting children to other schools. I mean, I do welcome the contributions, but we all know what happens with Section 106 contributions. Let's hope we can, really get everything out of this that has been presented.
I think, once again, that's a bit of future gazing there. I agree with you that they are subject to negotiations, but we can add these on as terms and conditions if we decide to go ahead down that road.
Thank you. Councillor Ayres.
Thank you, Chair. I was a little bit surprised that I think, Councillor Day, you said that access must be decided now. Is there a reason or a legal reason why you are saying that in this particular application,
yes, because
in this particular time?
Yes, because if you look at the title of the application, it says, your application number, outline planning, and access is part of that stage, and that is what's been applied for. The applicant it's not supposed to be at reserved matters, it's supposed to happen now. It's in the title of the application. Yeah, the title is All Matters Reserved Except Access. So access, it's been applied for, should be sorted out now.
And the officers are telling us the opposite. We'll ask the officers about that, I think. Thank you very much. And could I ask a further question, please? Or do you want...
Councillor Ayres, could you just move your microphone closer to you when
Yes,
you talk?
sure.
Thank you very much.
Bring it over here. Yes. So I just said I'd ask the officers how that works, legally, as it were. And on the legal point, I think you raised the point about legal privilege as well. It isn't normal to disclose every legally privileged document to every councillor. That is not normal, is it?
Councillor Ayres, can we just park that, as obviously we're straying off into legal reasons.
Okay,
so
park that one too.
I know, thank you.
For an officer. Okay, thank you very much. And just finally, am I understanding that bearing in mind that the speedway that you say would be easily reconstructed will cause a lot of noise, because it does, because I've been past and heard it, and that you would prefer that and a showground delivering lots of people to the showground, to any exhibitions and shows that may go on, you prefer that traffic to ordinary traffic from housing. And the fact that we would be getting then affordable housing.
There's an awful, what you're asking. Have we got a problem with the noise of those things? No, absolutely not. The Speedway is the sound of summer. We love it, those of us who live there. You know, you have to have some compromise when you live somewhere. There'll always be some sound. But other things, again, are future gazing. We can only talk about what's here in front of us.
So I'm asked to believe that every resident thinks that the noise from Speedway, including the new housing that has already been approved of the 850, they will all love the noise of
Not
Speedway.
at all, and there'll be plenty of residents who don't love the sound of my voice, but we all have to rub along together, don't we? There can be no unanimous, everyone feels this way. But what we have done is Councillor Day and I have made huge effort to talk to our residents, and so far none of them has come back to us and complained about the Speedway. They've either been supportive or said nothing at all, which suggests that it's not a huge issue for them. Councillor Day wanted to come in.
Yeah, the Speedway already has planning to be on that site. Now, again, we can't future gaze. There's things that my residents group would like to see, and I can list all of those. You know, I've already kind of alluded to them by pulling out the things that have, you know, adequate green space. The Ortons has got a lot of green space. In terms of the Speedway, in Manchester, the Speedway is right next to housing. It butts right up to housing. So, but yeah, Speedway already has planning on that site. So, but again, we can't say this is what we'd like to see. But yeah, certainly residents would like to see the design of the estate, which is more a city centre urban extension type style with all the high storey buildings, to be more in keeping with the Orton area in terms of there's a lot of green space in Orton area, trees, woodlands, shelter belt, 2-storey housing, bungalows. That is and it's a material planning condition, character and design. Wansford, a planning application, even though Peterborough wasn't seen to have, we didn't have evidence for a 5-year housing supply, it was rejected because it was against the local plan. They were trying to build houses in a countryside area out of keeping of character and design of the local area. I've read the report fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Day. Any further questions?
I think can we just grab the councillor raised question?
Councillor Cam, is it? Yeah.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So am I right in asking this question from you, like a simple yes or no, Councillor Day, that you are in favour of a speedway that has environmental noise pollution impact, also has emission impact, in favour of cycle lanes and landscape where there will be green space, etc. available? That's what I just want to ask you. A simple yes or no, please.
No, I'm not going to give you a simple yes or no because I can't answer that question. As I say, we're not here to say the proof of what. We are not here to be hypothetical about what may happen. We are here to say, sorry, this isn't a planning committee, is it? But we're here to say, this 650 application, do we approve or do we reject? It's not for me to say. I've alluded to the character and design of the area. It's not for me to say that, yes, this should go ahead. I mean, I know that the Speedway will make their own comments. You can ask them about that. I mean, as you've seen in my documents, I didn't mention the Speedway. I'm here to represent residents, and what residents feel is it is out of character, it's out of keeping, they're concerned about the traffic, they're concerned about the access, and they are all material, strong planning conditions to be concerned about this 650 application.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, Councillor Day. I do apologise, but the reason why I asked that question is that you just said that Speedway have put in planning, and it was based on that I asked the question. Thank you.
Well, I guess what I was trying to say is that there are examples in other places where Speedway, just like the posh football ground, butts up against houses. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor Day. Councillor Stevenson, for your time. If you'd like to return to your seats, that would be great. Thank you. Can I now please ask Brian Connolly, Mike Bratley and Mike Fowler, the objectors, to address the committee. I note that Ms Hendrick and Mr Kendrick are accompanying Mr Fowler to ask questions, As objectors to this application, you will also have 5 minutes each, giving 15 minutes in total in which to address the committee. The Democratic Services Officer will let you know when you have 30 seconds left and when that time has elapsed. And then at the end, when you have all had chance to speak, then as a committee, we will look to ask any questions that we want to once you've all had your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. I'm Brian Connolly. I'm here for the Save Peterborough Speedway Consortium. I also attended the Planning and Environmental Protection Committee meeting of the 15th of October, at which I spoke. The committee of the 15th of October was properly constituted. Subject to one exception, which I will deal with later, the committee considered the relevant material. The issues were fully debated, no questions were outstanding. After 5.5 hours, the democratic decision of Peterborough's Planning and Environmental Protection Committee was to approve application number 1, which is 40400, and to refuse the application on the agenda today. That democratic decision was correctly arrived at. If the applicant is unhappy with this decision, it has a right of appeal to an independent planning inspector appointed by the Secretary of State. We are not informed whether this right has been exercised. Instead, we are here because the councillors have invoked the call-in procedure. The reasons for the call-in request, as set out in page 5 of the committee report, are 1, lack of planning reasons, 2, outdated policies, 3, inaccurate figures, 4, no consideration of benefits. You are being asked on the basis of just 12 words to set aside the democratic decision of a properly constituted council committee which considered the applications over 5... Pardon?
Can I please interject there and just remind you that our governance officer has already explained the process about the call-in and the legal side to that we were compliant with. Thank you. If that's where you're then going to take this.
I think it's fair to say that's not accepted. So would you please let me just carry on and just expand the point. Attempts to establish whether what legal advice was received by the council office...
Did you say it's not accepted or it's accepted through you, Chair?
It's not accepted. We don't accept it. We don't... Can I carry on and then you'll see? Please ask the questions. Attempts to establish whether what the legal advice received by the council officers has been refused. The exception at the meeting of the 15th of October was in relation to the 5-year housing land supply. It was put to the committee that Peterborough did not have a 5-year housing land supply when the first application was considered and approved. However, Peterborough did have a 5-year housing land supply on the 15th of October. The committee members were also informed that there was a lack of 5-year housing land supply in relation to application 00412, which is on the agenda today. Despite the case officer's assertion that Peterborough did not have a 5-year housing land supply, the committee members exercised their judgment and refused that application. At a stroke, this knocks out the outdated policies and inaccurate figures, 2 of the 4 reasons given for the call-in. The facts are that application number 1 was wrongly decided, not application number 2. Despite this, the committee report invites you to support the call-in by reference to application number 1. We are at the point where the incredible is in danger of outstripping the unacceptable. The obvious question is, who's zooming who? Let me come on to sporting facilities. For good reason, sporting facilities are protected by national and local policies. In an attempt to justify the destruction of one of Peterborough's sporting facilities, the applicant puts forward a number of misconceived, false and misleading suggestions which are not corrected by council officials. For example, the vast majority of football clubs in this country are insolvent. The last accounts of Peterborough United Football Club reveal an annual loss of just over £3.5 million. It also reveals that its current liabilities exceed its current assets by £12.5 million. Would council officers use the football club's accounts to support development of the London Road ground? Of course they wouldn't. Peterborough Speedway's accounts were in the black and show it to have been solvent. The test is surplus to requirements, something made clear in the Coventry Stadium appeal decision precedent. Without protection, we would probably see retail parks and drive-through fast food outlets replacing sports grounds throughout the country. This is recognised in national and local policies and are in place to protect sporting facilities at risk of development. The policies must be applied here. In terms of the application, this is the wrong scheme for this site. Given the time available, the best thing for me to do is to refer you to the words of Councillor Chris Harper, Chair of the Planning and Environmental Protection Committee. He says, and urges you to accept, this planning application is at odds with the now paragraph 104 of MPPF, it's at odds with the Council's local plan policies, and it is at odds with the Coventry Stadium appeal decision precedent.
Can I just interrupt you then? So you've now run out of time, I'm afraid. Thank you very much. So I'd now like to ask Mr. Brateley, please.
It's Mick Bratley. Good afternoon. My name is Mick Bratley. I am a member of the 7-strong Peterborough Speedway Consortium, which was established to preserve the 53-year heritage of Speedway in Peterborough, and with 100% support and backing of the former and final promoter of Peterborough Speedway, who is now semi-retired. The licence to operate Speedway in Peterborough is now held by the sports governing body until such time as the ability for a club can be operational again. I should also make it clear that the sports governing body is 100% supportive of the Peterborough Speedway Consortium. It should also be noted that there is no current owner of Peterborough Speedway because there is no longer a club. I'm a proud Peterboroughan and I'm a resident in the area affected. I am proud that our club has won more national titles than any other club in our city. I am a former promoter of both Peterborough and Birmingham Speedway clubs. I have also been the manager and mentor of a Danish international speedway rider for 20 years who has won 4 Grand Prix and 1 Speedway World Cup and was team captain at Peterborough. There is widespread opposition to this application from a variety of sources, including statutory consultees, local residents, and the Speedway world. In an effort to find a solution to the Speedway issue at the showground, members of the consortium requested to meet face-to-face with the applicant on the 10th, 11th, 14th, 17th, and 28th of September 2023, and on the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 9th and 12th of October 2023. Whilst our requests were acknowledged, they were rebuffed. The applicant continues to state that he requested the Speedway Consortium to provide him with a business plan for the continuation of Speedway at the showground, but this was after his plans had already been submitted to the planning portal, and we saw no benefit in providing a business plan, more so after the applicant's many comments in the press which constantly belittled our sport. Clearly any business plan would have been ignored, and we strongly suspect without even being looked at. The applicant's comments about Speedway's position at the showground have been false and misleading, part of a campaign of misinformation. The statement from the applicant that Speedway received a subsidy is completely untrue. The word subsidy appeared on the Speedway contract only after the applicant arrived at the showground. Indeed, a former venue director of the showground has stated to us categorically, and I quote, "The Speedway never ever incurred any costs for the showground." It is important to note that the Speedway Consortium are not asking for anything here that goes against any planning rules. All we are asking is that the MPPF and the Peterborough local plan are honoured and followed. Otherwise, what is the point of these documents? What is the point of the City Council asking residents to provide input to their local plan, as they have recently done, if the Planning Committee simply move the goalposts or worse still, ignore them? A policy is a policy. Another myth that has recently started to be perpetuated since the last planning committee meeting is that the Speedway Club has had 4 years to find a new home. The Speedway Club has never had to look for a new home because it has always had the safety net of the MPPF, now paragraph 104, and the Peterborough local plan. Policies that are included specifically in these documents for the protection of sporting clubs who find themselves in the situation that Peterborough Speedway does today. I would strongly urge the Planning Committee to reject this application. Planning submissions have been made from a limited company that doesn't even exist on Company's House, from a land promoter with absolutely no previous history of successfully developing a site of this size and who hasn't engaged with the local community as well as the Speedway Club. All I ask is you to ensure that NPPF paragraph 104 and the Peterborough local plan policy are properly adhered to. That is all we are asking for, nothing else.
Thank you. Can I now invite Mr. Fowler to speak? Thank you.
Hello everyone. I've been a resident of Alton Northgate for 28 years, and you may well detect an emotional anger at why I'm here again today. And what I have to say may well be uncomfortable for you, but I'm still going to say it. Question: do you trust the integrity and accuracy of all the information provided within this call-in application? Question: is there a very real and deliberate ploy to purposely create confusion to mask the intentions of the applicant and those of specific councillors and officers? Question: is Peterborough City Council attempting to justify an unbalanced approach it has clearly displayed with regards to the National Planning Policy Framework, local plan policies and the 5-year housing land supply? I'm here today representing the views of large numbers of residents across the Ortons and the wider city. People have made their feelings abundantly clear, as you've heard today, about the call-in of the 650 housing planning application. It is actually claimed by Councillor Mahmood in the press that not all material considerations were taken into account at the original planning meeting for the 650 housing. As far as residents and local people are concerned, the meeting did permit the proposal to be adequately discussed and debated fully, with sufficient detail provided to allow the councillors to determine a democratic-based decision for both the 850 and 650 housing applications. At the 15th of October meeting, Councillor McNally actually voted against the 650 application. If he felt there was insufficient detail provided during the meeting, then he, along with Councillor Mahmood and others, should have flagged this up prior to voting on the planning application. Chair, please explain to us all here today how 4 specific councillors, led by Councillor Fitzgerald, can claim that not enough information was available for the 650 houses. Yet amazingly, their view is that there was for the 850 plus leisure. As far as local residents are concerned, it is clear that undemocratic pressure has been applied by a specific councillor to influence others into a change of view. Approval for the additional 650 will be to the serious detriment of the local area. Let me make it quite clear, this call-in application and the recently approved 850 housing and leisure do not in any event comply with the council's local plan requirements. Under the current adopted local plan, the former showground site is allocated for the development of 650 dwellings only. PCC has already approved 850 houses and a leisure facility and professed to justify the decision utilising a cop-out of a tilted balance determination due to PCC's failure to monitor and or maintain a 5-year housing land supply. And yet, in early December, Peterborough City Council produces a document confirming a 6-year housing land supply, which is interpreted by local residents that PCC's local plan is not out of date and that the housing figures remain valid, meaning a total of 650 houses only to be constructed on the showground site. As far as local residents are concerned, the 50-page document added to the planning portal justifying the call-in and unashamedly supporting the 650 housing application is misleading, lacks credibility and comes across as being openly biased towards the applicant. Chair, the The National Planning Policy Framework makes it quite clear that any form of new development should be in keeping with the established character and appearance of the local area. Neither the 850 or 650 planning applications are in keeping with the local area whatsoever. Within Orton, Southgate and Northgate, there are a total of 650 houses. The combined average building density across both, irrespective of the green spaces, is 30 houses per hectare. The building density for both the 850 and 650 applications is up to 60 houses per hectare and includes construction of 3 to 6 storey buildings, with 650 houses being constructed within a smaller confined land space. How is this reflective of the existing local area? This is clearly overdevelopment and severely damaging to the local environment. On what basis does the applicant's proposal for the showground reflect the local area? There are no properties within a local area around the showground above 3 storeys. Yet already Peterborough City Council has approved a development including 4, 5 and 6 storeys. The defined building density for both 850 and the 650 developments are double that of the surrounding areas of Orton, Southgate and
You
Northgate.
have 5 seconds left.
It is the view of local residents that the number on top of intrusive buildings proposed by the applicant severely impacts the local area, and more importantly, the green spaces need to ensure the physical and mental well-being of a new community.
Thank you, Mr. Thorne. I'd now open it up, please, to any members of the committee that would like to ask questions. Councillor Walsh.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I thank the gentlemen for their input. They made some very interesting points. I'm going back to my original question, and it was about the viability of the Speedway as an operation. And Mr. Connolly, you mentioned that the Speedway was solvent. I'm wondering, I understand certain items were removed, dismantled, and elsewhere located. So I'm wondering why that would happen if the expectation was for the operation to continue. And Mr. Bratley said there is no club, and that they didn't want to supply a plan because they didn't see the point. I'm wondering why you didn't see fit to fight it then and submit the plan, because I can see that you're real fighters today. Why didn't you do that? I mean, I can't say in your position what I would have done. I don't know, but I'm just confused a little bit that if you felt certainty that it was viable, if you felt it was a goer, why didn't we see that evidence back then?
If I can respond with that, it's not the test, it's not the question. Speedway has planning permission on the East of England showground site. It does not have to justify its existence in terms of the current planning regime. This applicant puts forward before
Excuse
the planning...
me, can I just interject there? There is no planning approved for that site at the current stage.
There's... Can you repeat that,
for
please?
a Speedway, I'm being advised that there is no current planning application.
Are you suggesting that it's been unlawful for 52 years?
No. Yeah, I'm going to hand that over to the officer to actually clarify 110%.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So the track and all the equipment related to the Speedway operation on the site has now been removed. Effectively, there is no Speedway track there now. So if anyone wanted to reinstate that track and all the things associated with it, planning permission will be required because it's an engineering operation. So at the moment, there is no track. The track doesn't exist. No one's saying that it was unlawful before. It was a lawful use, but everything's been removed now. So it's kind of back to a nil use now, or just a showground use.
That may be your opinion. It is not ours. The foundations of the track are in place. The track surface is still on site. We do not accept that the track has been removed. Removal of the track would require planning permission, and I'm not aware that planning permission has been granted for its removal. Sorry, do you want to come back on that?
So removal of the track, as I understand it, did not require any kind of planning permission. I know that our enforcement team were asked to have a look at that, and they came to the conclusion there was no breach of planning for removal. Demolition and removal of structures does not always require a planning application, whereas to reinstate the structures associated with the Speedway track would, in our opinion as officers, appreciate you disagree with that, but our professional view is that it would require a planning application.
Well, I think you've accepted that the track is development, so because that's what you've just said. Our contention is for it to be removed, because it's development, it would still need planning permission.
Planning permission, but not necessarily a planning application.
Well, has planning permission been given for the removal of the track?
There is a document called the General Permitted Development Order, which contains a whole load of things that, well, it grants planning permission for a whole load of different things that don't, thereby avoiding the need to apply formally for planning permission.
Well, can I sort of summarise this exchange by saying we do not accept that planning permission will be required to restore the track? I think that summarises it. If we disagree, then we disagree. But, you know, I'm sitting with people who've been involved with that track, with that sport for decades, and they know exactly how it works and what will be required to put it in place.
So just to clarify, yes, you're correct. We disagree on this. I don't think we can say anything more about it.
Yep.
I'd actually like to move on and continue.
Well, can I come back to the question, because it was the one that we were being asked, and it's why, if I might with respect say I think the question is misdirected, is because it's for this applicant to show that the removal of this sporting facility complies with national and local policies. And all these issues have been tested in the Coventry Stadium planning appeal, which I was heavily involved in, which after 9 days of evidence before the planning inspector upheld Speedway's position and rejected all the arguments that are being put against Speedway now. We say that's a precedent that should be followed. And that's also a point that Chris Harper, chair of the Planning and Environmental Protection Committee, makes in his submission to you. So if I can answer it that way, that's why we're here. Plus, after the meeting in October, I met the applicant's director, Mr. Butterfield, and the first thing he said to me is Speedway's not coming back. So there's no prospect, there has been no prospect. I said our door is open, we welcome discussion, we welcome dialogue, and I repeat that now. He said it's not coming back, and then the subject there was no further discussion.
So the answer to my question as to why you didn't submit a business plan has to do with a decision that was made elsewhere. Is that the response to my question?
It's for this applicant to show how and why, under national and local policies, this sporting facility should be removed. We say it doesn't. We don't have to prove, we don't have to, as I say, establish our right to exist, although that seems to be contentious now. It's for this applicant to persuade the planning function of Peterborough City Council that it is surplus to requirements. That is not a business plan test.
Okay, this is getting very interesting. I'd like to solve this mystery in my mind now. Are we looking at this question as to, are we justified in the removal of speed? Is this the issue? Or is the issue the fact that if we consider other parameters to be of importance, for instance, housing need, et cetera, all of that was enumerated at the beginning, as to outweighing the importance of the existence of a now not functioning speedway, there we can then, should we be minded, approve. Is that, I mean, this whole issue of Speedway is, do we need to prove that the Speedway doesn't have to exist? My understanding was we don't, but I'm being given to think by this. Can we have an answer, please?
Can we park that, and we will cover that later in our debate? Thank you. Councillor Kayan.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'd like to thank you for coming here today and giving some very impassioned speeches, especially Mr Fowler, who obviously represents the history of the sport as well. And our job here as councillors is to hear evidence from all sides. That's what I'll say. We might ask some really difficult questions, but gathering the evidence is going to be key as to how our decision is going to be made today. So I want to reassure you of that all of us here obviously open-minded, based on the evidence. Now, I'd just like to ask the question, sorry, I'm forgetting your name. Yes.
Brian Connolly.
Mr Connolly, you mentioned that the track has been left behind, if I understood correctly. What has been removed from the Speedway exactly, if you don't mind elaborating on that? Thank you.
Can I pass that question over to Mick Bradley, who's got better knowledge of the site than me?
Thank you for your question. What has been removed is the safety fence, the top layer of the shale, not the foundations, the pits area, which was a temporary construction anyway. The concrete footings are still there, which the pits area stood on, and the kind of mobile facilities that have where riders got changed, etc. That's been removed. I've been asked the question many times by supporters and lots of people, how long would it take us to put everything back together? I would say a month, given good weather. We have already had offers from fencing contractors who are prepared to put the track back, the safety fence back for us within very short notice and at no cost to the club or the showground or anybody.
Thank you. That actually satisfied my next question that I was going to ask you. So really thank you for asking that. So it would take a month to put the Speedway. I'm not sure if the next question, Chair, would be a question for planning or during the debate, but I'm of the understanding that if the foundations of the Speedway track or amenities were to be removed, in which the actual provision became unidentifiable, something within planning legislation known as agent of change would come into force. I think that's more of a technical term, and I'm just wondering if I could gain your counsel as to whether that is a more appropriate question for the officer, and in line with that legislation, does that justify putting in another planning application for the Speedway? I just want to have my facts right. Thank you.
Can we do all of these areas at the end?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for answering our questions.
Can I just ask one question on that? Where has the track been taken to if it's all been dismantled? Oops. Thank you.
Part of the top level of shale is still on the showground. It's as you drive down the showground, you can see it. It's a mountain with trees growing out of it now. Some of the other outbuildings went to Kings Lynn. The former owner of Peterborough Speedway owns Kings Lynn. And I think most of it was just the wooden fence. Obviously, nothing could be done with that. That was just thrown away. Yeah, the point is good point actually. The Speedway Club did not remove these items on their own accord, as has been put in the press many times. They were instructed to do it by an employee of AEPG, and that it had to be done by the 30th of November 2023.
Councillor Ayres.
Thank you, Chair. I made a note, I think it was Mr Howard. Yeah, Mr Howard. Is that right? Yes, thank you. I made a note that as you were going along, that you made a comment about Councillor Fitzgerald and saying that he said there was not enough info for the 650 houses application, and applied undemocratic pressure was put forward by a particular councillor, and the end result was that the call-in lacked credibility.
That is correct, Councillor, yeah.
That is what you are saying, is it?
Absolutely,
Despite
yes.
the fact that we have already heard from the major...
Can I just interject there, Councillor Rose? We are then straying away from the material considerations of that. I can see why you want clarification on that.
You want me to wait until the officer comes in on that?
It's not material to the conversation, to be fair. Councillor Rose.
With all due
I think we just
with all
need to
due
park
respect,
that.
Chair, there is an issue at that outline planning meeting in October, and the direction taken by the specific councillor meant...
I think, to be fair, we just need to stop that, as we've said. We've already had various addressing.
Might I address the point that I think is being asked?
We have already clarified our situation with the calling, but if you'd like me to seek further legal opinion this afternoon, I can obtain that.
No, what I'd like to say is, whatever the politics, we're all aware that...
Can we just shut down the question, the situation at the moment? I'm not sort of moving away from it. I'm just seeking further legal representation.
If I may, Chairman, I'm asked to emphasise, no, not taking sides on this, that the call-in consideration and the decision made by the monitoring officer is not up for debate today. If a judicial review is to follow, that's fine. That's still available. But, it would be decided during that if it were made. But it's, I'm going to stick my neck out. But quite happily. Sorry. Yes, it's not a material consideration.
In my submission, it's well within the jurisdiction of this committee to make a decision on that. If it's made a decision, then so be it. But it's also open to us to...
I'm sorry to interrupt. We do need to talk about the material considerations.
No, I'm responding. The question of judicial review has just been raised, and I want to speak to that. It's just been put to us. Whatever the politics, and we all know there are politics in play, the action of this committee must be lawful. If you're in doubt, the wrong decision will expose the council to the risk of judicial review, as has just been suggested. The legal profession does not need fees from Peterborough City Council. I was in touch with the KC on the Coventry Stadium appeal case on Friday. If we think that the decision today is unlawful, no doubt I'll be on the phone to him tomorrow. Thank you for raising it. I think it's very, very important, both legally and democratically.
I don't think it requires further comment by me. It's always available. Do you mind? It's always been there in the background. It threatens me every day I go in the office. That's what I've done the last number of decades, but not in this case, but it is something we're aware of. And I'm not saying there's no right to review, or there is, because we're not, as you say, I'm grateful you've raised it too, but it's not something we're asked to consider today. Thank you. I hope that's accepted.
Can I please ask the committee that any questions that are asked are of material consideration? That would be appreciated. Thank you. And do any of the members have any other questions that they'd like to ask? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. One of the things I'd like to establish is the credibility of you as a group in terms of how you're constituted and what you're able to bring, because obviously the Speedway, I presume the items that have gone to the Kings Lynn owner are separate to you gentlemen here today representing the Peterborough interest, but do you own the Peterborough Panthers name? Is the licence transferable to you? Is there a business plan? Is there a cash balance? Are you viable in your own entity? I think that's very important for us from the feasibility of weighing up a speedway versus other leisure facilities to understand your ability to deliver, shall we say.
Yeah, thanks for your question. The consortium is 7 strong, made up of all professional businessmen, to one of whom is retired. Sorry, I've forgotten what the other question was.
Sorry, do you want me to come back in just to orientate?
Please,
if that's okay, Chair. So it's really like, do you have ownership of the Peterborough Panthers name, access to the licence, a business plan, the cash?
Yep. The licence is currently held by the governing body, the British Speedway Promoters Limited, and it will be held by them until such time as the club is available to operate again. The governing body are fully aware of us. We've had the consortium, we've had many meetings with them. They are fully behind us in our quest to bring the sport back to Peterborough.
Can I respond to that? It's not a material consideration. This applicant must persuade you that the removal of the sporting facility is justified under national and local policies. It doesn't. It's not our job to have to put an alternative case. That's been raised on a number of occasions. It's for this applicant to show, and it doesn't. It doesn't in terms of national policy and local policy. You know, again, can I refer you to what Councillor Chris Harper has said? He perfectly sums up the correct position nationally, locally, the Coventry Stadium appeal decision precedent, and the full debate that took over 5.5 hours in this very room on the 15th of October 2024. It's here. I'm sure you've all had it and seen it. We could not put it better.
Sorry, can I just stop you there in terms of the question that Councillor Howard answered? I feel, have you had the answer to that?
Yeah, from my view, I was just going to say it was just for assurance of how you're constituted, because Kings Lynn is a separate constitution. So you're here talking for the Speedway today, which is what we're balancing. And it's just to check your ability for that, which I don't think you fully answered, but it doesn't sound like you want to either. So I think I'm happy.
Okay, thank you. Do any other members have any questions at this stage?
Can I just respond? I mean, we won't leave any stone unturned. We will do it. This is part of the process. You know, it's an important part. It's very demanding in terms of time and attention. It will be done. We're dealing with Mick was a promoter there for several years. How many years?
Okay, I think
we've got, to answer the question, we've got people who've got a track record of running the Speedway at Peterborough. He's sitting here.
Thank you.
We'll do it.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other questions from the committee, please? No? Okay, in that situation, then thank you, gentlemen. If you'd like to take your seats again. And what I'd now like to do is to ask Mr. Butterfield, the applicant, and Nell Woodcott, supporter, to address the committee. I note that Ms. Newbound and Mr. Dempsey and Mr. Cann and Ms. White are accompanying Mr. Butterfield to answer questions. So obviously once you're settled and sorted, then the same 15 minutes applies to yourselves, but we won't start the clock until you're settled, don't worry. I could just remind you to use the mics as well so that people at the back can hear too.
Good afternoon. My name is Nell Woolcott and I'm Managing Director of Ancorder Recruitment, a long-established market-leading recruitment business based here in Lynchwood, Peterborough, and we're currently trading in our 30th year. I'm also a non-exec director of the Chamber of Commerce for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough and chair of the NSPCC Business Support Group. And I'm here proudly to support the AEPG development of the East of England Showground. It brings essential investment into the Peterborough economy over a sustained period, creating a wealth of opportunities for our city. I've worked in Peterborough for over 25 years now, attracting talent to our city for exciting roles in world-class businesses. And the narrative we have to overcome is the perception that's so widely held. Poor quality housing, limited opportunities, not a welcoming place to live. Peterborough is consistently reported across multiple media sources as being in the worst places to live in the UK, the top 5, if you will, of the worst places to live in the UK. This has to change. It does not reflect the vibrant diversity of culture, business and opportunity that our city has to offer. AEPG's vision of a sustainable, environmentally sound, cohesive development that creates a modern way of living that interweaves residential, leisure, green space and creates a hub for communities and business is exactly what our city needs. To put Peterborough on the map and start creating our own story and underlying our identity. We are not just the poor relation of Cambridge. Anne Corder Recruitment first started working with AEPG in 2021, supporting them in building a team as they established and finalised their plans for the site. They have always held true to their values, to bring investment to our community, realise the potential of the showground and for the wider community, now and in the future. To deny our city the opportunity to benefit from this is unexplainable. We are already reaping the benefits of our newly established university, with continued investment in education, infrastructure and creating much needed training, education and work opportunities for our young people. Peterborough ranks amongst the highest areas for levels of NEET young people. This is 16 to 24-year-olds, not in education, not in employment and not in training in the UK. We have a responsibility to take this seriously. The short-term 7-year development stage will create contract opportunities for our local businesses to win and in turn create job and training opportunities for local job seekers. Longer term, it will create a vibrant leisure economy, creating much needed flexible working opportunities. There is a constant narrative at the moment highlighting the need for part-time work and work experience opportunities to help our young people build skill sets, competence and confidence and prepare them for work. We hear as a business time and again from employers that our young people are not work ready. This development creates a genuine opportunity for our young people to build their CVs and skill sets and create a work-ready cohort of school and college leavers who stand a genuine chance of gaining meaningful employment with career development opportunities within our area. I welcome the 230 plus full-time roles that the development will deliver in the long term and the 300 plus opportunities that will exist during the development stage. Imagine what a difference that could make, not from a statistical perspective, but a personal level for our young people and those people who are out of work and limited opportunities. We have an opportunity to create long-lasting employment opportunities for our city, not replacing roles, but creating them. And this we must do. I referenced earlier the world-class businesses within our city limits. Increasingly, we are having discussions with employers for the more senior positions within their businesses that they will have to look further afield for talent, requiring their business leaders to spend less time in their office and in the local area and more time working from home to expand the talent pool needed to fill the hard-to-hire roles. If Peterborough were to offer a modern, sustainably created, environmentally sound and beautifully designed living space, these candidates could choose to relocate and contribute more completely to our community and to our economy. The development proposed by AEPG for the showground creates so much opportunity for our multi-generational and multicultural community and is investment for our economy, and that is why it has my full support.
Chair and committee members. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to present today. The proposal before you seeks outline permission for up to 650 dwellings, up to 19 acres of open green space and associated infrastructure. This application integrates with the recently approved area of the site, which includes, as we know, leisure facilities, a care village, a hotel, and much more. Creating a sustainable, high-quality urban extension, delivering a transformative development for the local area. Members will be aware that the previous refusal was centred around the retention of the showground. However, it is important to acknowledge that large-scale events have not been financially viable, as evidenced by the East of England Agricultural Society. Over the past 30 years, changes in leisure habits have led to a significant decline in attendance at outdoor events. Furthermore, the application site is no longer suitable for use as a showground. Its proximity to the newly approved residential development and existing homes would necessitate strict limitations on noise and disturbance, rendering such operations prohibitive. Additionally, there is no available parking to support showground activities, a fundamental challenge. On top of these constraints, maintaining the showground has resulted in a £6 million loss over the last 10 years to the charity. This is evidenced on Companies House. To be absolutely clear, regardless of whether this application is approved or is refused, the showground will not feasibly return to operation ever on this site. I do want to speak about Speedway, which has viability issues inherently linked to the challenges facing the site as a whole. However, today, I wish to highlight the important differences between this proposal and the decision made at the Coventry appeal. There have been comparisons drawn with that case, which are not sound. In the Coventry case, among other factors, the inspector felt there was a realistic prospect of viability being improved. That is simply not the case here. Prior to this submission, the Peterborough site was unviable as demonstrated by, amongst other things, the inability to pay the market rate by Speedway. They were paying only 50% of the normal fees associated to the area, and their inability to even absorb just a £200 price increase due to operational rising costs. In the Coventry case, the inspector also had to weigh up the benefits of just 25 new affordable homes and a single football pitch against the loss of a speedway and a stock car track. Our proposed development will introduce up to 650 new homes and, of course, 195 much-needed affordable homes and at least twice the space for pitch provision. Compared to the Coventry decision, the alternative provision offered as part of this application will outweigh the loss of the speedway track and offer social and well-being benefits that collectively far exceed the offer from the showground. To reiterate, the benefits of this project are considerable. 650 homes, of which 195, 30%, will be affordable, helping address a critical housing shortage in Peterborough. Nearly 30% of the site will be dedicated to open green spaces, including neighbourhood parks, allotments and sports pitches. In fact, the equivalent area to more than 3 speedway tracks, and accessible to circa 100,000 users annually. These spaces foster recreation, sustainable living and social interaction for residents of all ages. This proposal includes key sustainable travel, pedestrian and cycle routes, connecting the site through the National Cycleway network and the city. The integration of these transport links and green spaces ensures seamless connectivity, reducing reliance on cars and promoting healthier lifestyles. Sadly, we know Peterborough faces challenges with high levels of obesity and low engagement in physical activity and sport. By building health and wellness into the design, we hope this can assist in positive change for the city. Placemaking has been a central focus throughout the entire vision for this development. The design priorities creating a vibrant, inclusive and well-connected community. The integration of green spaces, carefully designed homes and sustainable travel routes ensure a sense of identity and belonging for residents. The aim has been to create not just housing, but a place where people can thrive, a community that integrates seamlessly with leisure, recreational and social infrastructure and facilities while meeting the city's long-term goals. Significant collaboration has taken place with national highways and local highway teams to ensure the traffic network not only accommodates for this growth, but proposed this in this application, the related application, but also aligns with the city's projected and future growth. Transportation improvements along Elmdale Road included in this proposal will benefit both new residents and the broader community, improving connectivity for the wider area, ensuring long-term resilience for the city's infrastructure. These works will be secured through S106 contributions that will reduce the burden on the local authority. The development will inject £14 million annually into the local economy, 230 permanent jobs and 300 construction jobs, offering resilience and security to the city's job market. Environmentally, this is sustainable redevelopment proposal of brownfield site, preserving the natural environment while meeting pressing housing needs as required by the government nationally. The proposal aligns with the NPPF, which requires sustainable development and efficient use of land. It also emphasises energy-efficient homes and carefully designed spaces, ensuring a vibrant, eco-conscious community. The site complies with the NPPF design section, the National Design Guide, and will comply with biodiversity net gain requirements, ensuring the development delivers high-quality, well-designed living spaces. The project is deliverable. A housing development partner is in place and ready to move forward with implementation, ensuring this vision becomes a reality in the near future. As highlighted by officers, significant weight should be given to the proposal's social, economic and environmental benefits. The proposal represents a transformative opportunity for Peterborough, balancing the urgent need for housing and infrastructure with the challenges of sustainable growth. The development, as proposed, creates a complete sustainable urban extension carefully managed by S106 obligations and conditions, rather than a disjointed incremental development. Through placemaking, it will establish a cohesive, functional and thriving community that serves both immediate and long-term needs. In summary, this project brings significant benefits, including but not exclusive to 195 affordable homes, £14 million per year into the local economy, 230 permanent jobs, 300 construction jobs over the 7-year build period, training and apprenticeship opportunities, 19 acres of open green space and sports pitches. We thank you for your time and consideration and for the support of the expert officers involved who have recommended this for approval. We hope we can work together to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now please ask members if they have any questions? Councillor Cahan.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Thank you for that presentation. I think hearing both sides of the, I won't say argument, but the proposals is really important here. So please don't mind if my questions are just as harsh. The councillors have obviously displayed and expressed real concern at the level of traffic that this is probably, and you've explained that mitigation to prevent those traffic queues will take place on Oundle Road. What specifically, would you like to elaborate for the committee today, what mitigation has been put in place or planned in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you. We're just going to swap the question person, if that's okay.
My name is Ashley Dunseith from AUPG. I've been responsible for, over the last 4 years, for the technical development and delivery of the master plan and the proposals. In terms of highways, I've been working and liaising very closely with our technical experts, Canon Consulting Engineering, and of course with Peterborough City Council and with Milestone. And it's fair to say that our mitigation proposals for traffic management and the design, the assessment of impact and the mitigation that we brought forward, which we did present at the 15th of October, taking into account that there were still areas of additional detail that was necessary and required. So since that decision, we have worked extensively and closely to provide Peterborough City Council with all the reassurance that we can through real-time and predictive modelling, through additional design, through guidance and requests through national standards, and basically anything that Sarah, if I can name, and her team have requested of us, we have worked incredibly hard to provide to get to the position that you have at the moment, which is that there is no objections subject to ongoing discussion of detail over the next sort of 6-month period.
Thank you for the answer. It still hasn't quite answered my question. What mitigation on Oundle Road will you propose to put in place to try and prevent the build-up of traffic? Thank you.
So the primary focus is provision of improvements to the Oundle Road junction with the Orton Parkway, Lynchwood and Orton Wistow. So the 5-arm roundabout, as most people would know it. It's been an extensive exercise, I think, to be fair, since October to get the detail absolutely right. But that is the primary focus, and obviously through the Section 106, we will be delivering a solution that meets all the requirements as part of the delivery for the proposals.
That's useful. Thank you very much. May I ask another question, please, Chair? Thank you very much. Mr. Butterfield, thank you very much for your presentation. I see in the plans that there are proposals for a care leisure village. Has there been an identified partner to deliver that provision, please? Thank you.
I'm happy to answer the question and say yes, there has. However, I would just say that's in the previous application, so I'm not sure if we can discuss that any further. I'm happy to, but I'm not sure if we would be able to.
The fact that you have confirmed that there is a partner that you're working with satisfies my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Jamil.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, one of the points raised by some of the objectors was how developers don't really want to see through their Section 106 commitments. On record today, can you assure us you're going to do what you say?
I mean, what might be helpful actually is if I direct members, sorry, I'm Sarah White, planning partner for WBD Solicitors. I think it would be helpful if I just direct members to page 49 of the committee report and page 50. That details the proposed heads of terms for both of the related applications. A Section 106 would be drafted. Well, there is a draft Section 106 that would be and will be agreed with the council, and that will be a contractual arrangement that will be entered into by the relevant parties, and that is how the council will then control all of those elements that are listed on pages 49 and 50 of your committee report.
Thank you. Councillor Ormston. Councillor Ormston.
Thank you, Chair. And through you. just looking at the graphics earlier, the density seems, it feels like there's a slight overdevelopment towards the beginning of the site and the site entrance. Did you give that, because when we looked at the heat map, there's an awful lot of red in around that entrance point and the avenue. Is there a particular reason of that? Is that where because of the height of the apartment blocks or something like that? Can you just talk us around that decision, please?
Yep, sure. I'm Graham Can for AEPG. In terms of the density requirements in planning policy, there isn't a minimum or maximum density requirements. As part of this planning application, it is an outline planning application. So at this stage, the requirement in the planning legislation is to set maximum parameters. It doesn't mean that when the reserve matters application comes before kind of the planning committee, if this application were to be approved, that they would be built out to that size. It is effectively to set maximum parameters for the scope of the reserve matters to work within.
Thank you. Can I just follow up on that? I appreciate this is illustration because, like you say, it needs to go into the reserve matters, but currently is the thinking that access to those properties is off that avenue opposed to round the back? I assume it is, but just for clarity.
Yes, absolutely. At the moment, the view and the kind of master plan is showing access of the main avenue.
Thank you.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your presentations. My question revolves around the concern, particularly the ward councillors expressed, of the single access. And the question is that should this application be approved, is there any possibility in the future of anything being done should that single access prove to be problematic? Could, for instance, the bus route change to general vehicular use, for instance? Or is it set in stone, this plan, as is?
Thank you for your question. We have demonstrated that the proposals function and that they work, and that the development that is proposed for Land A is perfectly serviced or perfectly capable of being serviced through the Joseph Odom Way as a singular point of access, or the internal road network as shown on the illustrative master plan creates a series of loops to be able to provide access to properties and to be able to obviously exit through that. You mustn't forget as well that Joseph Odom Way is effectively a dual carriageway, and the avenue that comes down through the scheme will be an extension of that. So you have breadth, you have a lot of width, therefore vehicular movement. I think it's also fair to say that the reason that Dunblane Drive is a restricted access is because through feedback and engagement and obviously concerns about additional traffic coming into that part of an existing development, it was felt, well, if we don't need to use it for residential development, residential access, forgive me, then we won't. So everything at the moment shows that the proposals, the network can take it, the development can take it.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Bond.
Yes. Hang on. Yes, you say you're going to put a sports and leisure complex into this this area. Is this going to be privately funded at all? Is it going to be privately funded, or are the residents going to be able to access it? The reason I ask this question is you said you've got 19 acres of green space. Is any of that space going to be available for children if they come home from school and they want to go out and play football? Or is this going to be just a space where if families want to use it, they'll need to pay for the use? That's all.
Yes, is your answer. It is open for public. The sports pitches that we will be provided in the open space and the heart, the green spaces are all available for the public and not be privately or prohibitive to anybody.
Councillor Howard, do you have a question?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I suppose one of the reasons we had the two applications in the first place goes back to the viability of Speedway and the showground as a facility. We're in a rut now of having Land B already approved, which I guess in that sense makes any Speedway or showground provision even harder to achieve than perhaps it was before. But could you just give us some background into the reasons we got to this point and the lack of viability there is now?
Could I just clarify that question on viability on showground per se, or Speedway?
Could we, if we could tackle both, would that be all right, just to close from your side?
Of course, I'm going to hand you over to Pamela if that's okay.
Thank you for the question. So I'm Pamela from AEPG. Before I was with AEPG, I actually worked at the showground as the head of events there. So I've been at the showground now coming up for 6 years, and therefore ran the event side of things before this development came forward. And what we see in big outdoor events, and you see it reflected in the cancellation of the East of England show, is that as people's leisure options, what they can choose to do with their time has increased. You know, the heyday of the showground, you go back kind of 15, 20 years, and yes, you know, people were coming in their droves. Now they've got 101 channels they can stream on TV, they've got international travel, all those things we're competing with, which, you know, 20 years ago we weren't. And so the numbers dwindle, but the upkeep doesn't change. And if anything, your upkeep overheads have only gone up. Have heard COVID referred to as, you know, post-COVID, everybody wanted to meet. We saw a very short spike in that respect. Once international travel and stuff all opened up, we were back in the same situation we've always been. And we aren't an area as a whole that is short on showgrounds. You've got Newark, you've got Rutland, you've got Lincoln. You know, these places aren't far away, and actually many of the people who held events at our site also hold events at those sites as well. So actually, as a market, we're a little bit saturated in the area, which again contributes to us not seeing the numbers that we used to see. And all of that, then where that impacts us is that it impacts our clients who are hiring land. And if they've not got the income from attendance numbers, we can't put our prices up in line with our rising costs of running the place. So it just becomes this, and you see the fact that, you know, shows got smaller. The Agricultural Society needed money to keep investing in the site. So Alton Northgate and Alton Southgate gets sold off pieces, and you piecemeal start trying to cover your overheads. And ultimately, there comes a point where, do you piecemeal it anymore? And that's kind of where the society have come to now, is you can try and keep doing that, but ultimately you're going to struggle to keep that going. And unfortunately, I'm an events person through and through. So emotionally, yes, losing an event venue is really hard. But when you can see that it's not an event venue that fits the trends of what people want now, then unfortunately, you know, that's where we end up. And from a Speedway point of view, you know, it's intrinsically linked. So historically, we had yearly contracts we negotiated every year the new contract, usually around October. And it was very difficult to talk to them about increasing prices, because they were equally facing price increases from insurance and from all their various resources. And again, they then have a price-sensitive customer that means that they can't put their prices up as easily. And it becomes a really untenable situation. So I hope that, sorry.
Councillor Kayam.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'd like to ask, is there a provision, I know that you've highlighted affordable housing, but is there going to be provision within that development for social housing as well, given that Peterborough actually has a very long waiting list? That's my first question. And the other question is that in light of, upon reflection, the care village that has been proposed, there will have to be some type of a primary care or GP facility that goes within the area. Have conversations or thoughts been taken into consideration about how that would take place, a GP surgery? I know that most GP surgeries are run by partners who are providers, which means that wider conversations with the NHS will have to take place, but have plans been put into place about starting those conversations should today's planning application be granted? Thank you.
So I think just to come in on the kind of first part of the question, in terms of the split between affordable and social, that would be agreed at the time of the reserve matters. Absolutely, you know, there would be an agreement to work with the council and say, actually, if we set a standard now, will those parameters change when that reserve matters comes in? Likely. Therefore, the way it would work is that it would be secured under the 30% affordable housing requirement under the Section 106, and the actual split will then be agreed. And then,
sorry, just to add to that, just again to redirect you to the heads of terms. So that is a head of term in the 106, 30% of all dwellings on site to be affordable, with the expected provision of 70% affordable rented tenure and 30% intermediate. Yeah.
And again, I think on the care provision, I think that obviously relates to the other application.
No, that's fine. Let's keep it relevant to this application. Thank you very much.
Can I just come in there and read, just to mention again, love my list of heads of terms, but again, healthcare is one of the categories of the heads of terms, and a number of healthcare contributions, even down to East of England Ambulance Service. So it is worth having a look at page 49 of the committee report, appreciating that those heads of terms are for both applications, but certainly relate to healthcare.
Thank you. I would come back on that, though, with respect. I must say that I have read that, but it wasn't quite clear on the primary care provision, which is quite key to populations in such an expansive growth. And when we are proposing something that is of such a large increase in growth of population, those do have to be taken into consideration. I do appreciate the East of England Ambulance Service has been highlighted here, but primary care provision is key. You would need to consider that if you are thinking of having a care village as well on site. And we have unfortunately seen with developments in other parts of the city that that has been left as a sort of a side thought. So I'd like to stress that here. Thank you.
Could I just come in there? Probably to expand on your previous question about do we have a provider in mind for the care provision, the C2 provision, the answer I said was yes, very much, and I'll expand on that if I may, because I think that will give you more confidence. The provider is a national charitable trust operator across the UK with multiple sites. They take, as I believe most care C2 providers do, this incredibly important, and we look forward to working with the council on making sure that provision and working with that provider, ourselves AEPG, that delivers what's exactly needed for the community.
Thank you. That answers the question very well.
Thank you. And Councillor Ormston.
Thank you, Chair. We heard previous speakers talk about the central green space, which seemed quite pivotal to the overall development. So apologies, I know that this is, because we're saying it's central, I'm going to direct it as part of this application. There was calls for it to be enlarged. There was also comments around some isolated play areas being less than ideal. Would you be considering expanding them, making them more suitable at all, after hearing those comments today?
Yes, absolutely. We would be receptive to doing that, but that would then again be...
I'd just like to say that it was reiterated at the beginning of this meeting that heckling and shouting out shouldn't be permitted. I think that we should, you know...
Don't worry.
Respect.
That's okay. If it got any worse, then I would do, but I'm fine with that, so don't worry.
Sorry, I come back in. Yes, absolutely. We would be open to obviously having a look at those. That's where you get to the reserve matters and the finer details to say where things are being placed, the size and the amount. At the moment, it's illustrative for those purposes.
Thank you. Can I have a additional? Thank you. Thank you, Chair. There was a lot of fantastic figures and exciting figures around employment. So I want to say in my day job, I'm a C-suite executive. I'm very much aware of the current situation within Peterborough. So how much degree of confidence as anyone can do in this climate around those contracts and those employment figures that you've discussed today?
Thank you. It's a really good question because they're not made out of thin air, those numbers, of course. They are in the documents in the pack. Collisons are an independent consultant company that have written those. They've written the economic impact assessment, and within that are the numbers derived from such development on the developing, but also going further to the wider Peterborough and still within the city of Peterborough, but the numbers of jobs that the overall development will create and the GDV. So all of those numbers have been qualified, verified and written by an independent consultant to deliver those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jamil.
Thank you, Chair. There seems to be a difference between your opinions and the opinions we heard before. Now, to get to this stage, can you just give an idea of what consultations have taken place and what you've tried to do to work with residents and councillors? So, we have a better idea of why we are where we are today.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, of course. We have extensively consulted with the community, but also the city, because this development covers the entire city and affects the city. So it's the local community, but the wider city as well. And I've listed out here some huge consultation areas. And is it okay if I just read from my list here? Would that be okay? So we've got the community engagement. Over the last 3.5 years, there has been 62 individual community engagements. This includes meetings with Neen Park Trust, Peterborough Citizens, which represents over 15,000 people in the community, Peterborough Cathedral, Family Voice Peterborough, Community Alliance, the Chinese community and the Cultural Alliance, amongst many others, covering a vast number of the people and communities in Peterborough. Incidentally, from that, I think it's really important that we got a huge level of support. We got 62 letters of formal support, which actually, albeit 62 letters, meant tens of thousands of people in favour and supporting the application and the merits and the positive benefits that the application brought forward. The formal public consultation was ×2, which was required as part of the application, as an outline application, and 1 full day at the showground, 1 full day at the new university, or should we say new, but at the university, at the ARU. And we also advertised via our website, we advertised on Facebook. We did a leaflet drop of over 2,500 leaflets to local homes, and of course it was advertised on our website too. Going further, PCC councillors and meetings ×25. Again, I think you're probably more referring to local and community though, so I'll maybe move through that. Meeting MPs, other interactions 54, including meeting with the Orton Waterloo parish councillors, radio interviews, social media, sponsorship, business community and networks. It's also worth discussing, we had met many times with Councillor Nicola Day and the Spur Group on many occasions. Sorry, there's just noise in the background. Sorry.
Councillor Day, thank you.
We met with them. We also note that there were a couple of occasions when, and this isn't a blame and shame, but a couple of occasions when we invited and that invite didn't come forward, they didn't attend. But also, of recent last couple of weeks, Councillor Day reached out to the East of England Agricultural Society to meet, She was advised by the society, we as the promoter are the people that she would need to meet. The door is open, but she didn't reach out and come back to see us again. But we have met many, many times with Councillor Day, Councillor Stevenson in the early days, but also many, many people in this city.
Can I just come back to you? Because I know there was a bit of heckling going on in the background, but there seems to be differences here between what you're saying, because I saw Councillor Nicola Day put a finger up, which I'm presuming there was just the one meeting, but you seem to be implying that there's more. I'm asking, because at the end of the day, they're the elected officials, they represent the people who are going to be, whilst I appreciate this is citywide and people from all over Peterborough will benefit, but you know, those are the people who represent those people who are going to be the most affected. And to have only one meeting, if that is what happened, it just, you know, it doesn't sound right to me to have just the one meeting.
So just to be clear, when we say, so we've met with Nicola Day several times. We met with Spur Group once. It was the Thursday before the last planning committee. We answered lots of their questions, about 2.5 hours we sat with them. And we came out of it, in all honesty, feeling like we'd established that a lot of the questions they had were reserve matters. It was a lot about the design code, how it would be delivered, what it would look like. So an awful lot of the kind of reserve matters elements, which obviously would then be reconsultated, there'd be reconsultation and more interaction. So that was kind of where we felt that situation was. In terms of meeting with people away from business, we purposefully made it so that when we were sponsoring the Great Eastern Run, we took a stand, we took all the material down, we were there all day with lots of different people from, you know, everyday people, for want of a better word, come and talk to us about the development. And I think we did the same at Peterborough Celebrates. We purposefully, Peterborough Celebrates being at Ferry Meadows, not far away, really nice place for people to be able to come and interact with us as a team and learn more about the development than they were just hearing in the media. And we were able to have some really engaging conversations. I think what's difficult is engagement. Engagement has to be a two-way street, and that isn't always necessarily possible.
I fully accept what you're saying, but my problem is I live over in Millfield. Oundle Road's not going to, you know, affect me in 5 years' time, but it's going to affect these guys. You know, the traffic around there and anyone else who uses around there. And for me, you know, the more consultation, did you ever take any of their ideas on board? How was it? You know, so you met them and you know, because it seems like the two of you are so far apart. You know, it frightens me to some extent that you are, because you say one thing, they've said different things. And I find that a bit worrying for someone who wants to have these people on board, but you know, I'm not seeing that.
If I could just come in there as well, and just to, I suppose, take us out of the equation, the council also have undertaken a consultation process, which they are required to do by legislation, and I'm sure your officers will be able to provide you with details on that. This is EIA development, so it goes through an even more rigorous consultation process and reconsultation process, which I can see from the officers' report is detailed there, that there was a reconsultation. And so any responses received would have been taken into account by your officers, and therefore would have been, that's taken us out of the equation, but they would have been taken into account by your officers, as well as all of the consultation that we've undertaken on the application as well.
Councillor Ormston. Councillor Ormston.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My question's about other elected officials, actually, because you mentioned them, the MPs. It feels to me that actually whatever's decided today, either party may well take the next step, which will require judicial review potentially, and potentially government involvement as well. So can I ask, what were the feelings of the MP or MPs when you met with them? Were they in support? Were they not in support? What were their feelings?
over 4 years, there's been different MPs, of course. I meet regularly with Andrew Pakes and Sam, the two Labour MPs, but of course also have met regularly with Paul Bristow previously, and not so regularly Shailesh, but we have met Shailesh on several occasions. All very supportive. I think it's quite safe to say with the Labour current Andrew and Sam, with the national policy and national guidance on housing and the need and the urgency to develop more housing in cities and more housing in the country, I think you would probably agree that it's fairly safe to say they are very supportive of such developments. Shailesh, we discussed a previous application at one time, and we needed to work that through with the residents. That we did, and that was very positive. But for this application, he's always been supportive. And Paul Bristow, again, likewise, has been very supportive of this application throughout. Does that answer okay?
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you. I'll save you some time. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there Councillor Ayres?
Thank you. I've only got one small question after listening to it all so far, writing it down. One is about the arena and what will be taking place there, and what sort of leisure matters will you be expecting to take place, and conferences, etc. As I've attended that place for very many years now, and I'm pleased it's going to be retained.
So it obviously sits in the other application. So again, similarly, I'm happy to answer the question, but just mindful that it don't want to be respectful that it does sit in the other application. Moving forward at Reserve Matters, we would kind of look at the exact mix of what that leisure would be. When you're looking at future forecasting, you're trying to work out what, in the same way as we're talking about the fact that the showground, one of its issues is that leisure trends have changed. It's trying to make sure that the right leisure mix is what's put in the future. So the arena building itself would be retained because it's in a fairly decent state. The rest of the buildings are not so much. They are very of their time. So they would be demolished, and that's where the new leisure would come in. But the exact mix would be at the next stage, and with that, there'd be opportunity for consultation again. So, yeah.
May I come in as well on that? And it's just a recent thing that we've done is AEPG's Chief Operating Officer, Lee Sharp, who's in the audience today, we sent Lee over to Orlando. There's a huge leisure conference on an annual basis in Orlando to make sure that we're looking at best practice, best opportunities, and future-proofing what people want, and that will be done through Reserve Matters and under consultation with the local community. But at least we have seen firsthand what is coming forward from a leisure perspective and what those trends are.
Thank you. Councillor Kayan, did you have a question?
I was just going to say what Councillor Walsh has said. Councillor Ayres has asked my question around leisure and amenities, so.
Fine, thank you. Are there any other questions at this stage from members? No? Okay. Right, at this stage, we're going to have a 10-minute break. And so one will regroup, and then it will be a case of moving to questions from the members to the officers. We'll have a 10-minute break now, and then we'll regroup. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now reconvene the meeting. However, can I please ask the members that obviously the microphones, we need to make sure they are close to us. There has been issues at the back not hearing us, so if we can just bear that in mind now so that people can actually hear the debate that we're going to carry on with. So now, please, it's about, as members, what questions do we have for the officers that we have with us today? So, any questions that people would like to ask? Councillor Jamil.
Can I ask Phil about one of the things that's been raised quite a few times is about housing supply and the numbers between last meeting and this meeting. Do you want to just give us a bit of clarification on that?
Yeah, sure. Through you, Chair. So, those of you that attended the last meeting will recall that at that time, the Council was unable to demonstrate a 5-year land supply. This had come about because when a local plan is adopted under the NPPF at the time, local authorities for 5 years from the adoption of that plan didn't have to demonstrate a 5-year land supply. So in that sense, we were safe as an authority until the end of that 5-year period, which was July last year. Now, after that period had ended, there was an appeal decision relating to development in Wansford, where the appellant argued, you don't have a 5-year land supply, Peterborough City Council, and here's the evidence to prove it. And we put together as much evidence as we could to try and counter that argument. The inspector came to the conclusion, no, you haven't got a 5-year land supply. I think it was between 3 point something and 4 point something. The appeal was dismissed for other reasons. But anyhow, that kind of established a line in the sand that at that time, or at the time where this application was heard last time in October, the council were not in a position to demonstrate a 5-year land supply, and that was a material consideration at that time, which we as officers made it clear in the report. This has to be given significant weight in the planning balance. It's not necessarily determinative, it's not the only thing, but it is a material consideration that carries weight in the planning balance. However, behind the scenes, our planning policy department have been doing lots and lots of work on looking at trying to demonstrate that we do have a 5-year land supply. This isn't a simple job. It's a big bit of work that was ongoing. Now, in December, they were in a position to publish a document which says we do have a 5-year land supply. I think it's 6.06, I think, is the figure. Shortly after that, the government issued a new version of the NPPF, which changed the goalposts yet again. It changed the way that housing supply should be calculated. So our planning policy department are doing even more work, trying to put together another document based on the new NPPF and the new way of calculating 5-year land supply, which we anticipate will say we have less than the 6.06 year supply, but it will still be above 5 years. Now, I just want to stress that there's not been any failure in monitoring 5-year land supply on the part of the council. There's no mistakes have been made. The 5-year land supply thing is dynamic, it's not static. It's not the case of you adopt your local plan and everything, all the figures are done there and nothing changes. It's a dynamic situation. It depends on numbers of planning permissions, it depends on build-out rates, it depends on a whole load of dynamic things. That's why we've had this situation where last time it came to committee, we couldn't demonstrate a 5-year land supply. Now we're in a position to do that. So that's where that all that has come from. That is explained in the report. I would say as well that the fact that we can now demonstrate a 5-year land supply does not mean that a target has been met and therefore we don't have to provide any more houses. It's not an upper limit. It's the whole purpose of the 5-year land supply thing was brought in by the government as a measure to stop undersupply of dwellings, not the other way around. So there is, just because you have a 5-year land supply doesn't mean, you know, once you've reached a certain number of houses, you can start saying no to every new development that comes along. It doesn't work like that. And the other thing in relation to 5-year land supply, as you'll note from the report, is that following legal advice, it's become clear that the previous interpretation of policies LP 35 and 36 around the indicative number of 650 for the showground site, the officers had interpreted that wrong, according to our legal advisors. They've told us there is no cap on the number of dwellings that the showground can accommodate in policy terms. So there's no, we were saying before that it was a contradiction of policy. We're now saying it isn't. That's based on legal advice that we've had. And in many ways that counterbalances the fact that we can now demonstrate a 5-year land supply. Again, that's explained in the report. But obviously it's up to you as a committee to decide what weight you want to put on that. You may come to a different view, but that's the officer view on that one.
Thank you. Councillor Ormston.
Thank you, Chair. Speedway. And obviously this is going to be a weighting factor. The original decision was on balance, and the recommendation today as well, I believe, is on balance as well, isn't it? Speedway is going to be a part of that scaling up, I think, in members' minds in this committee today. Does it exist or not in its current thing? We heard about planning permission granted, not granted, will be needed, won't be needed. Can you just give clarity around that whole situation, please?
Thank you. Yeah, through you, Chair. So our opinion as officers is that the main body of the Speedway track and ancillary features has been removed, and therefore to reinstate it, it would require planning permission as its development. And as it currently stands, the Speedway track doesn't exist. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know the details of all the sub-bases and things like that, but it would need work to be done to reinstate it. It might not take very long to do it, but nonetheless it is development that requires planning permission. And also on the issue of the Speedway and the showground generally, it's very clear in the report that we as officers are saying there is a contradiction with policies LP30 and policies LP36. Hasn't been demonstrated to be surplus to requirements. So in that sense, the Coventry appeal decision is relevant. However, it's not directly relevant in a lot of other ways. As has been mentioned previously, the Coventry case, it wasn't just a Speedway track, it was stock car racing as well. The amount of dwellings that were proposed was far lower than what's proposed here. So 124 as opposed to 650. And what was being put forward as a kind of replacement, if you like, for the Speedway track was a 3G football pitch. Looking at the development as a whole, not just 650, but the other one as well, and all the leisure facilities and other things that are proposed as part of the development as a whole, that's materially different from the Coventry appeal decision. But what that appeal decision did establish is there's a difference between need and viability. And we're in agreement as officers. It hasn't been proved that the Speedway track is surplus to requirements and there's no need for it. Clearly, it is an established sporting facility that is well used or has been well used. So that's why we're saying it's contrary to policy. And it's about balancing all these things that we're saying weigh in favour of the proposal against that conflict with policy.
Councillor Walsh.
Almost the same question, but not quite, just a little bit further. So are we saying then that whether or not Speedway is viable, even if it were to take place in the future and be a thriving thing, would we still have the right to weigh that up against the benefits of the development?
Yes, that's a very important material consideration, and the fact that it's contrary to policy is a very important consideration that you need to take into account. The conflict with local plan policies and also NPPF paragraph 104 it creates a very strong policy presumption against the loss of the speedway and the loss of the showground. So you need to weigh that against all of the other material considerations that we as officers are saying outweigh that loss. So that's a decision for you to make in terms of how much weight you want to give to those.
So it's a question of weight. We are not then, let's say, going against any laws or regulations should we make the decision to support the application, even though 6 months down the line it's proved, oh, it could have been a speedway operation resurrected. That is not the point here. The point is weighing, as you say, weighing one against the other. We're not breaking any regulations here by going against the local plan.
No, that's correct. The planning law says planning decisions must be made in accordance with the development plan, i.e. the local plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So you can make a decision, you can approve something which goes against the development plan if you consider there are material considerations that carry such weight as to outweigh that conflict. And that's a matter for the decision maker, how much weight you choose to give those various material considerations. So you're well within what the law says you can do by making that decision if you were minded to do so.
Chair, as we're on this point, can I just follow up? Thank you ever so much. I'm conscious other people want to come in. But just again, it feels like Councillor Walsh and I are dovetailing a little bit. But in essence, what we're saying is officers have given the best possible scenario for the Speedway. It's thriving, best possible scenario for this development, and on balance, you feel the weighting is towards the application in front of us today.
Through you, Chair, I wouldn't go so far as to say the Speedway is thriving. It's possible that it could. It's not been demonstrated beyond doubt that it's not viable and could never happen. You know, that there is a possibility it could be made viable and it could be revived. On the other hand, you must give weight to the fact that it doesn't exist anymore, and also so I think I forgot what I was going to say then. Sorry.
No, it's okay. So just
I lost my train of thought.
No, that's all right. Just for clarity. So you're right. If I in my head, if I say Speedway doesn't exist anymore, but nor does anything in this paper-based application at the moment. So neither are currently in existence. But if we said both were performing at their peak, the officer decision or your opinion would be on balance to support the application.
I think that would slightly change the balance. I think what I would say as well, and this is set out in the report, you've got to look at the probability of, firstly, Land B going ahead, being developed. I think there's a high probability of that happening. It's already been approved by committee. Also, what's the probability of the Speedway track coming back in this location or on Land A? In my professional opinion, the probability that is very low. That's not to say it couldn't financially happen, or it's not possible to do it in terms of, you know, being able to rebuild the track. But the landowners are highly unlikely to, even in the event of a refusal, the probability is they're highly unlikely to turn around and say, okay, then we'll rebuild the Speedway track. So the probability of that happening is quite low in our opinion. Coupled with that, the fact that it's been taken away and would need planning permission to reinstate. Planning permission is not guaranteed to be granted because of the fact that Land B has been approved, you've got houses that will be closer to it. Moving it elsewhere within Land A would take it closer to other houses. So there's no guarantee there that it could happen. That's a material consideration. It was also mentioned about the Manchester Speedway track. It is true that that's quite close to housing, although, as my understanding, that track's been there for many, many years, and so have the houses that are close to it.
Thank you. Can I please ask you? Can I please ask you to be quiet? This is now a debate between the members and the officers. Thank you.
Okay, I concede I may be wrong on that one, but even so, issues of noise and such like would have to be taken into account should planning permission be applied for a replacement of a new speedway track, either in the same position or a different position within Land A.
Thank you. I appreciate they were tricky questions, but it's important to tease these out, so thank you.
We'll move to Councillor Cahan first, and then we'll go to yourself, Councillor Ayres.
Thank you. And through you, Chair. Phil, I really would like us to evidence. We've heard people who are really passionate about the Speedway, and I've got a question for you. There seemed to be, at the time of presentation from the representations of the Speedway, there seemed to be some discrepancy in the fact that it was refuted that the track had been taken away completely, thus sort of validating or verifying that there's an element of Speedway track left behind, as per my questions to Mr. Fowler. Now, what I'd like to ask you is, what fulfills the planning legislation criteria that is called agent of change? Because my understanding is, if that agent of change legislation comes into play, then Speedway have to submit another planning application under that legislation. So for the benefit of everybody here, could I ask you if indeed it has been evidence that that agent of change planning legislation has come into play by virtue of what has been left behind and what has been taken away? Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So the agent of change thing is usually the other way round. If, let's say you've got a music venue that's created lots of, or some noise for a number of years and hasn't been questioned, and then a housing developer comes in to build houses right next door to it, that housing developer would have to, the onus is on them to prove that their development is not going to be affected by the existing use, and not the other way around. So in this case, that doesn't really apply because it's the other way around. But as I said, our opinion is that planning permission would be required to rebuild that speedway track. Again, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know all the details about how many layers are underneath what's been removed. But what I will say is, even if the position was, it was established that it doesn't need planning permission to just put the shale on the top, in my professional opinion, that doesn't massively change the balance. It change it a bit, but it wouldn't be determinative and go towards a refusal.
The reason I ask that question is there's an obvious grandstand as well as part of that. And it seems as if that there aren't toilet facilities or amenities that are there. In terms of public safety as well, would that be a material consideration if Speedway had to put in a planning application, or if they hadn't have to, would that be something that has to be assessed as well? But I think that the onus would be upon them, wouldn't it, to have a look at that, carry out that risk assessment?
Yeah, I think it would. I don't think the fact that the toilets are not in a good state would be a reason to refuse reinstatement of the speedway track. It would.
I mean, safety, because I've seen the grandstand, and obviously from a safety perspective, when you have spectators coming to attend, that would need to be something that's taken into consideration if a planning application were to be put in. That's what I want to establish.
So things like safety of buildings is covered by other legislation. So, if they would have to comply with the safety legislation in order to use it, which is beyond the scope of planning.
Thank you. Councillor Ayres.
Thank you, Chair. We had some discussion with Councillor Day, I think it was, about access. Can you not hear me? About access. And when it says, and I think she stated that the access must be determined now. And because I questioned that with her, and it was said that I should raise that with the officers later. So that's what I'm doing. And in the title to the planning, it said something about and access. So can you answer that query, please?
Certainly, through you, Chair. Yes, this is an outline application with all matters reserved, i.e. deferred towards to the detailed stage, except for access, which is being considered at this point, which will be set at this point, should this application be approved. Now, planning law defines access in relation to reserve matters as the accessibility to and within the site for vehicles, cycles and pedestrians in terms of the positioning and treatment of access and circulation routes and how these fit into the surrounding access network. So what's being set here is pretty much what you see on the illustrative master plan and the access and parameters plan, i.e. the position of the main access, the position of the limited access at Dunblane Drive, all the other accesses via footways and cycleways into the site, and the general movement network within the site. That will all be set at this stage, and any reserve matters has to be in conformance with that. What isn't set yet is the exact technical details of various pieces of mitigation which are required, off-site mitigation. That is separate to what's defined as access in planning law. That's a separate matter which I'll defer to my highways colleagues on that one. Through you, Chair, can I invite them to come in?
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Chair. Through you. I'm not entirely sure, Phil, what you're expecting me to add to what you've already said. But yes, the access positions and arrangements are all to be fixed at this point. And then the mitigation schemes are still under discussion, but we're largely happy that there is a mitigation scheme that will be suitable for the development. It's just teasing out some final technical details on those elements.
Did you have a follow-up?
Could I just raise a further point on that? Because the rest of us here probably don't know what mitigation schemes means. What sort of thing does that cover? Can you tell me?
Mitigation is basically any works that are required to the existing highway to cater for the additional traffic generated as a result of the development. So it's basically things like capacity, safety, and active travel improvements where necessary, and sort of things like junction improvements to increase capacity at those. And if there's safety issues, then to address the safety issues.
Thank you.
Councillor Jamil.
Thank you, Chair. My question, I realise that this is outline planning permission, is to do with the number of houses potentially that could go onto that site, and whether the roads have got capacity to take that many extra. So in terms of, say, something like parking, is there a standard that they would have to meet or not? Or I'm just thinking, when I was looking at the roads, and if there's an accident, is there another way round it? Because I know if we're setting the accesses in now, from the outline plan, do you think it's sufficient on both parking and access?
Okay. In terms of parking, when it comes to the reserve matters applications, the the level of parking and the positioning and design of that parking will be assessed against local plan policies current at that time. So whether that's the existing local plan, or if in the future the local plan that's currently being prepared, if the reserve matters comes in after that, then it would be in accordance with those policies. So ensuring that there's appropriate parking would be covered at the reserve matters stage. In terms of the highway capacity, that's something that's been assessed through the transport assessment, and that's where we're just teasing out some final technical details with the applicant's consultants in terms of their proposed mitigation. But in terms of catering for the additional traffic, it's been largely demonstrated that is accommodated.
Chair, if there's no one else, can I ask an additional question? Earlier we talked about consultation, Phil, as to the level of consultation that was done, and reference was made to officers who'd done some consultation. Do you want to just let us know what what entailed?
Yeah, so firstly, there's no statutory requirement on the applicant to carry out any public consultation. That only applies for applications for wind turbines, where there is a statutory obligation to do that. In terms of the officer consultation, we're obliged to carry that out under planning law. We send letters to all adjoining property owners. We put site notices up. We put an advert in the local newspaper, and anybody within, well, right up until the date of determination can make a representation. And then we also reconsult when we receive amended plans. So a thorough consultation exercise has been carried out in accordance with the law, and as you'll see from the report, we've had lots and lots of representations made.
Councillor Ormston.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Councillor Curry, were you linking onto that point? You sure? Thank you. Access, access is a big consideration for me, and it's playing quite a heavy weighting in my mind currently. I believe there was an email from Matt suggesting that we'll hear more about the mitigations today. I appreciate that there's still some to be teased out, but can we hear more about those mitigation, what's currently in the pipeline? Because, like I say, this is quite a big consideration, certainly for myself.
Yep. There's various different elements to the mitigation. Some of it takes the form of financial contributions towards improvements to existing road junctions and cycleway and accessibility schemes, both proposed schemes and also improvements to the existing network. They're more for in terms of the junctions, that's for where there's works required to the junctions, which would be over and above what would be considered proportional for this development to mitigate on its own. So that's where we seek contributions from numerous developments towards an overall scheme to update those. So that's a large proportion of the mitigation. The main mitigation scheme that's being talked about and that we're still currently teasing out the details on is the Oundle Road, Autumn Parkway, Lynchwood, Wistow Way roundabout. As we were discussing earlier, the proposal is to signalise that, well, partially signalise that roundabout. There would actually be signals on all of the approaches to it, but to the Lynchwood arm and the Wistow Way arm would take the form of token crossings rather than the actual entry point to the roundabout being signalised, whereas both Oundle Road arms and the Autumn Parkway would actually be a signalised entry onto the roundabout. So that's basically the scheme, and the details we're just sort of teasing out is to do with the timings of the signals and the impact on the operation of that roundabout as a whole, because there's also signals on the circulatory of it to help the traffic get round, and obviously for safety reasons to stop the traffic on the roundabout when more traffic's coming in off the approaches. So the final details of that and the timings of the signals and things like that is the detail that we're still sort of discussing, but we're broadly happy that it's a solution to mitigate for the development.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you ever so much, Sarah. That was helpful. The access at the rear, which is currently emergency and buses only, are we saying there's zero possibility of that ever changing in the future? And can we just explore that again, please?
Yeah, so I believe you're talking about the Dunblane Drive access? Yeah. In terms of that access, that's not been put forward as a potential access for this development, other than as a potential bus route and for emergency vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists. So that is what we're seeking to restrict it to, because that's what's been proposed, and none of the transport assessment and modelling that's been carried out has proposed that access to be used in any other way, so it's not been assessed in terms of its suitability. In terms of the geometry of that access, it would require land outside the applicant's control to basically convert that to an adoptable two-way road with footways, cycleways, suds, street trees, all of the things that we require as standards for adoption now. So unless there was additional land gained, then I don't really see that it could be made into a suitable access for general use. That said, if that was something that the developers wanted to look at in the future, obviously they could apply for that and carry out the assessment at the time.
Very sorry, Chair. Thank you. Is that privately owned then? So they would have to that land. I'm just trying to get my head. I can understand. Oh, it's too expensive, but has it been explored? Has it even been discussed, as far as you're aware? And the price has been given. They went, "Oh, that's just far too much money. It's not viable."
I'm not aware of the exact details on it. I just know that it's not council-owned land. It's a third party.
Thank you. Councillor Kayam.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm still trying to get my head around the planning aspect. Now, am I right in assuming that if it came to the fact that planning would have to be put in for another speedway, that the consortium, which is obviously different to the CEO, would be able to do so, submit a planning application? Would that be permitted under planning law or regulation?
Through you, Chair. Yes, anybody can put a planning application in on any land. They don't have to own it. They don't have to have any connection with it. It would just be the planning application would be assessed on its own merits, and the planning permission, if it was granted, would go with the land and not the individuals.
Thank you. I thought so. Thank you.
Councillor Ormston.
Sorry, Councillor Howard. I'm conscious people will be sick of my voice. No. Okay. Please, can I understand the legal and financial position, or potential legal and financial position, I should say, for the council after, or potential next steps? Either way this is decided today, what are the potential ramifications for the council for either outcome?
So it's in your gift as a committee to attach whatever weight you want to the considerations that have been set out to you. So you could come to you could agree with the officer recommendation and go and approve, or conversely you could decide actually we don't agree and we don't think there's enough weight to outweigh the conflict with policy, and come to that conclusion as well. You'd be perfectly within your rights to do that. I would advise that if you are minded to go down that route, that it comes out very clearly in your debate what your reasons are for taking that view and how you would frame your reasons for refusal. There has been precedent in the past where decisions have been challenged by committee decisions have been challenged because reasons haven't been given for making that decision. So I'd very strongly advise that if you are going down that route, to make it very clear. So in the event of a refusal, there's a high likelihood that the applicant will appeal to the Secretary of State. Then it's up to the Secretary of State's appointed inspector to make a decision, and they'll look at it the same way you are today, afresh, in its entirety. If you approve, then obviously once the Section 106 has been completed, we can issue a decision, and then, well, they can go ahead with their development. But there's always a risk that somebody might choose to legally challenge any decision. But what I would say there is that any legal challenge has to be based on an error of law in the decision making. What that means is that a material consideration that shouldn't have been taken into account has been, or conversely, something hasn't been given weight when it should have been, or if it's absolutely way out there irrational decision. Those are the usual grounds for a successful JR. So we can never rule things out like that, but I mean, I'll ask our legal colleagues for support on this. Obviously, when we've written the report and looked at everything, we're mindful of making sure all material considerations have been taken into account. I would say at this point as well, this issue of whether or not the Speedway needs permission to rebuild is not determinative in itself, in our opinion. It's not something that would, if it was established, didn't need planning permission to put the track back there. In our opinion, it wouldn't tip the balance to refusal. Obviously, the Speedway people have a different opinion on that, but that will be our professional opinion, that it would need planning permission, and that would it be assessed on its own merits. But also the fact that probability is that the landowners are not going to be amenable to Speedway continuing there. That is a factor as well that needs to be taken into account. So that hopefully that's answered your question.
I can't add to that. That's genius at work there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No,
high praise indeed.
There are remedies either way. There's a JR hanging over you, and there's an appeal if you don't grant it. If you do grant it, you could face a JR. It's impossible to gainsay, which it will be.
Okay,
so
thank you.
If you say what would the consequences be, well, heaven knows, but it could be one or the other. In fact, here it probably will be, and that's...
Jack, can I just come in there again? In the event that you resolve to approve and we issue the decision to approve and a JR was lodged and the JR was upheld, that doesn't necessarily mean the end of the story. Usually sometimes things get overturned on a technicality, but that doesn't mean the end of the story necessarily. What it usually means is the application comes back to the planning authority to redetermine, and that time they do whatever the remedy is needed to put right that error of law. So it doesn't mean an absolute end. That's it. The JR is the end of the process.
Thank you. That's useful. I'm just trying to understand next steps from here, regardless of today's decision. And just for complete clarity check, I'll just follow up on the other application. What steps are there with the other application? Because this one's been called in, the other one hasn't been called in, or even though it's been it's been approved. There must be a time frame for calling in such applications.
Yeah, there is a time frame. It's a very short window. Obviously, that's long gone for the other application now, so there's no opportunity to call that application in to this committee. So the next steps on that one will be to draft and complete the Section 106 and then issue the decision. And the time frame for that is 6 months. unless there are extenuating circumstances.
Perfect, thank you. So this committee today can make its decision highly confident that the other application is definitely approved and it won't be discussed at any time in the future.
There's no opportunity under the Constitution to revisit that decision. Obviously, once a decision is issued, a formal decision notice is issued, then there's you know, as I said before, there's legal challenges could be made or applied for. That's not to, if somebody makes an application for a legal challenge, it's not always accepted. Sometimes it will be, no, there's no grounds there, we're not looking at that at all. Sometimes they might look at it, oh yes, there is something we can look at here. So that's what potentially could happen after the decision is issued, but not guaranteed to happen.
I'm going to hand over to Matt, who will actually specifically talk about
just
the
to
calling
answer
process.
Councillor Ormston's specific point on planning calling, any planning calling request needs to be made 2 working days after the committee. So we are well past the planning calling deadline for the other application that was approved in October.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I think in terms of us balancing the Speedway stroke showground loss, it's sort of further accelerated imbalance by the fact that land space B has already been approved, so therefore reduces the likelihood, in my perception, and very much in your paper that backs up as well, to say that, you know, with land B now approved, any sort of speedway or showground provision would be much harder to achieve and probably less successful as well because of the difference in size, the noise restrictions. But does that sort of back up with you in terms of how we're going to have to counterbalance that out? Does that sound a fair line to go down, in the sense that the previous decision does impact what we consider today?
Through you, Chair. Yes, definitely. It's definitely a material consideration, the fact that the 850, the land B, has been given a resolution by a committee to approve, subject to a section 106. That's assuming the section 106 gets completed, and there is a reasonable, well, a high probability that that will happen and the development will happen. So that needs to be given due weight in the planning balance, yes.
Are there any other questions at this stage, members, that we would like to ask of the officers? Now is the hour. Councillor Ormston.
Oh, beg your pardon. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I've been trying. Yes, the 106 agreement, can I ask whether, I think I heard it said, I think it's in your report, that there will be a single one for both pieces of land so that they coordinate and work together, etc. And is that the case? And can you explain why that should be?
Yep, through you, Chair. Yes, that is the case. Single Section 106 agreement is proposed to tie both applications together. Reason being that it's essentially a single development that's split into 2 applications. One bit is dependent on the other. Particularly with this 650, it's dependent on community facilities and school, etc., that are being provided by the other one. And a single Section 106 will make sure that all elements are provided in a timely manner, so that you don't end up with 650 dwellings and no community facilities, etc., on the other site.
Councillor Ormston.
Thank you, Chair. We heard around some concerns around it being in keeping with the area, in particular around height of the buildings. Is that now appropriate, i.e. with the other plots? Is it now in keeping with the area because we've got the other plot there, or are they distinctively different?
No, I think that's relevant. The land B, as you saw on the slideshow, the density and height mirrors that which is proposed in land A, i.e. higher density, greater height in the centre of the development, gradually lessening as you go out. Slightly higher along the avenue. which is a sort of design feature to make it into a key part of the place. It's been said that the density is too high and not in keeping with the rest of the Ortons, and the heights as well. I would point out that I think it was said earlier that these are maximums. It's a maximum parameter. That's not to say that the development, when it comes forward at detailed stage, will be the maximum it can be. It might be considerably lower, but we are content that the maximum is acceptable, and that's the basis that it's been assessed on. I would say as well, some parts of Orton is not exclusively 1 and 2 story. There are some parts of Orton that go up to 4 stories, 3, 4 stories. It's not spread equally throughout the Ortons, but there are parts of it that are like that. And being slightly different from what's around isn't in itself unacceptable. Just because something is slightly different, that's not a reason to refuse, because it's different from absolutely everything that's around it. And again, we took that into account. Would this, as a place, fit in this location with what's around it? And we're of the opinion that yes, it would, particularly due to the fact that there's kind of a landscape buffer around the outside as well. So it's not kind of right on top of Orton Northgate or Orton Southgate. It's reasonably separated from it, but relating to it as well in terms of the lower density and height on the outside, going higher in the middle.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Chair. Bill, I'm just conscious that I think the Chair's probably going to bring the stage to a close, and we'll debate as members. So I really wanted to give you the opportunity, or any other officers, I think it's quite clear what we're waiting up and where the key issues are, to bring to life anything within the report or something that's been said earlier that you wish to clarify now. As you say, it's forever I'll hold our piece, the questions to you, but it'd be quite like to give you the opportunity to put anything else out there that we've not brought to you.
Yes, through you, Chair. Thank you. So there was a couple of things that were raised in the questions that I think I've addressed most of it, but there was some concerns raised about various objections that were set out in the report. I'm talking about public health, archaeology, planning policy, things like that. That is all addressed in the report, but I think a lot of that comes down to kind of a lack of understanding about outline applications. So public health, for example, they really wanted to nail down things that will come at reserve matters stage. So, which are, the good things to want, but at outline stage, you can't nail them down. So what we've done in that case is there will be condition requiring health impact assessments specific to reserve matters applications, so we can ensure that they are designed in such a way that they have the maximum positive health impact that they can. And likewise, some of the comments from other consultees, again, not quite understanding the difference between outline and detailed planning, and that's commented on in the report. Some of it is also kind of we'd like to see something slightly different. That doesn't necessarily mean what's on the table is unacceptable. There was, under the objection section, an objection from planning policy. That shouldn't be read as this is a complete objection, we are completely opposed to this. What they are saying is pointing out there is a conflict with various policies. They haven't made the assessment in terms of weighing that up against other things. That's a job for the case officer and others to do. So there's not a contradiction between different parts of the planning department if it has come across like that. Health and education, it's been mentioned that there's pressure on Peterborough's education service. There is. But what a planning application can't do is resolve existing problems. But it does have to provide mitigation for the additional school places that it would generate, and also the additional need for medical facilities. And that's all accounted for in the Section 106 agreement. The NHS have said that the financial contribution will either go towards expanding local surgeries, or, if it's possible, or desirable to provide one within Land B, within the sort of community area of that. Education, so that will be mitigated through financial contributions which will go towards building a new 2-form entry school on Land B. That could be provided by the applicants themselves, or alternatively the money would go to Peterborough City Council, who would build that school. Yeah, what else? Yeah, well, I think that's probably covered most of the issues that were outstanding. Just to finish off then, in conclusion, so we are saying that this is contrary to various policies in the local plan, policy LP30 and policy LP36. That's around the loss of the showground, the loss of the speedway. Because it hasn't been demonstrated that there's surplus to requirement and can never be made viable. But we are saying there's lots of material considerations which should also be weighed in the balance. One of those is NPPF 104, which adds to the presumption against. But weighing all that up against all of the benefits which are outlined in the report, we as officers are satisfied that there's enough weight there to outweigh the contradiction with policy. The balance is somewhat finer than for the 850, because obviously that application had all the leisure stuff within it, but it's still enough, well, plenty to outweigh, in our opinion, the contradiction with policy. It's up to you as councillors to come to your own conclusion as to whether you think that there is sufficient weight or there isn't. That's entirely up to you to come to your conclusion, but that's our recommendation to you, to approve, subject to the 106 and the conditions.
Thank you. Can I just quickly follow up, just mainly because you said about the on balance and your recommendation. Are you / officers, I appreciate it's still on balance, but are you more minded to recommend today than you were on the, I think, would you say 15th of October?
Well, the recommendation remains the same. We recommended approval that time. Circumstances have changed somewhat. As we mentioned earlier, the 5-year land supply has fallen away. But the situation on the 650, in terms of whether or not it's a cap or not, that's also changed. We've had legal advice on that. It's very strongly advised, no, there is no cap on that. So that, in our view, counterbalances the 5-year land supply thing. So that's, in that sense, the weight's probably around about the same. It is more finely balanced to the 850, but even so, enough, plenty enough to outweigh the conflict.
So one final round before we say to the officers thank you. Anybody else got any questions for the officers? No. Thank you, officers. So now it's actually over to us to debate anything that we now want to. Just to remind you, though, that we need to make sure that we focus on the relevant areas around, like the material considerations and other relevant policies, because, again, obviously our decision, you know, needs to be based on those sort of issues rather than just going off areas that we've obviously had so much information, so we need to now filter that down. So I will open it up now. Does somebody like to start our debate? Councillor Walsh.
I think I'd like to start our debate by saying that I think we've had some very thorough presentations from all sides, objectors and appellant, every possible side. I think we've been given a great deal of detail, more than I expected today, actually. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed with everybody here. Personally, I don't need, at this moment, to debate any further between us. I think I've heard enough. I'm in a position to make a decision, so I'll hold off on that until the vote. But I'd just like to thank everyone. I think it was a very, very good day, very, very good meeting. Thank you.
I was just going to concur with Councillor Walsh. I think we've heard enough And I have a decision that I've made in my mind now after hearing everything, so I'm ready to go to vote.
Councillor Ayres.
I'm the same. Heard enough. Can vote.
Are you in agreement, John? Sorry.
Sorry,
Councillor
Chair, can I
Howard.
just add? Sorry. Because it feels we should bring something to the debate just to add some validity to it. I think the thing I've been balancing is the potential loss of showground speedway versus the benefits of the scheme, which I think is kind of what we're collectively being asked to consider, aren't we? You know, in terms of the housing, the affordable housing, the leisure facilities, the showground, which sadly I haven't been to since I had my first COVID vaccine. Imagine that, that's some years ago now. So, you know, we could potentially, with the decision that's already been made, we could potentially end up with a wasteland here that actually is more negative to the city than positive. And I think that's in my balancing. But I'm fairly happy now. We've had a lot of detail, a lot of debate. Yeah, I'm happy with where we're going now. Thank you.
Councillor Bond.
Yes, I'm very, very conscious of the residents' views. I don't think we've debated the residents' views as much as we should have done, actually. I feel that we are discussing the 650 homes, but realistically, they're looking at 1,500 new homes, and that's what we've seemed to have forgotten. They're not going to have just 650 new homes on the doorstep, they're going to have 1,500 new homes. And that's really all. I think we should have discussed more the residents' views on this, because at the end of the day, they need to live there. Having been in a situation with a development that has a huge development we have in our ward, and there are no shops, no community. It's taken them 10 years to get to school. The bus service, it took us years to fight for a bus service on there, and they still do not even have a recreational ground for the children to go and play football on. So, and because we've had two different developments go up there and two developers, it's not worked. So I think we really should have had more debate about the residents and what they want and their feelings as well, because I get it every day from the residents of my development. We haven't got enough car parking, we didn't have a bus service, we've got no shops. When are we having shops? We really need to be minded of their concerns too. Thank you.
Councillor Cahan.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. There have been some really, even though we're not supposed to take emotion into consideration, but I've certainly seen the level of dedication to the Speedway that has been a part of this, the debate regarding the 650 homes. And I do want to validate that aspect. I think that's really important. I am thinking about the future of the younger generation that we have in our city. When we're all sat here, we really do have a duty of care towards our future generation. Do we want to build a city that has good quality housing in it, that are not just houses, but are homes? And when you talk about a home, you will talk about an environment in which a child will be able to go out and play and socialise and make friends and engage in a number or a level of physical activity that is good for his or her health or well-being. Will they be able to go out with their families, for example? Will they have access to the essential amenities that are material considerations subject to Section 106 legislation? Will there be health facilities? Will they be able to go to school? Will this be a happy, thriving city for our younger generation? Because we are custodians of this city and we have that duty of care and responsibility. And on the basis of that, I think it's really important that we judge this as well. I think that Councillor Bond has made a really valid argument about consulting with the residents. On the other hand, I also see that the applicants have evidenced how they have engaged in consultation, as well as the council as well. So we have to weigh up that evidence as well. I'm very much evidence-based. I also think that it's really important to understand the background of how sporting facilities and sporting culture has developed a legacy within our city, which is why so many people are here today. I think it's important to evidence that. From a practicality point of view, I think I'd like to see more evidence around its viability in the future, and that's important too. But I think my decision will be made on the basis of, is this development going to offer something to the future of the young generation in our city? And I will be basing my decision around that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Ormston.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on Councillor Bond's point, really. In my wards, we've had a reserve matters application go through for some time. It's frustrating, but I think all we can do today is actually just this one. It is literally this one, and it's this outline and with access. There's not even much we can do in regards to conditioning, is there? Phil, on this point, I know you can't really come in, but there's not anything we can really do. It's outline and access. That's all we can base our decision on today. But I really do share your frustration. But that frustration is more around process than what's happened here today.
Thank you. And I suppose for me it has been really enlightening, and I've valued again the quality of both sides that have actually spoken about it. But I also recognise that we are a growing city, and you're right, we have to consider all the generations in terms of what we can bring to it, and the fact that there's that balance of housing and social housing within that. I think that's something that we can't just ignore where we are today in terms of needing to recognise that and be able to actually be able to house that. In terms of employment, that's been touched on again this afternoon, and all of that. So I'm also looking at that when I'm considering some of my thoughts about how I'm going to vote for it this afternoon. So, nobody else got anything to say? Right, okay. So at that point then, I'll now actually want to ask members, can I please have a proposer on the recommendation? And the recommendation is to approve, subject to conditions outlined below, which is on page 7, which is on page 51 of the pack. So I want to propose and it's a recommendation. If you're actually agreeing with that or denying that. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Based on everything I've heard today, with an open mind, and based on the what the support of this application would mean for this city in terms of housing needs, etc., I believe that on balance we should be supporting the recommendation of officers. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Can I just ask anybody else to speak up, because apparently they can't hear right at the back. But fundamentally what you said, Councillor Walsh, was that you are supporting.
That is correct. I am recommending that this committee supports the officers and approve this.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Right, so we now need to move to the vote, and I'm being reminded that we have cards with us, so we have 4 against and abstain. So we'll go around and we will raise our cards appropriately, and Matt will count them for us.
If we do those 4, I think we do it to just to be absolutely clear. So all those 4, all those against,
yeah,
all those abstain.
Yeah.
Maybe just give me a chance to count each one.
Sure. Okay, so obviously we need to be very clear about which cards we're going to hand up, for, against and abstain. And I would ask, first of all, for you to raise a green card if you are for accepting the approval this afternoon.
6.
Against? 1. Abstain? 1.
Thank you, Chair. Following the tabulation of the votes, I can confirm that the application has been approved by a majority vote.
Thank you for that. Now brings the meeting to a close, so thank you for your time this afternoon.